All right, I think we're going to get started. First of all, welcome to Lapp Structures. Welcome to our shop this morning. Our hope is that you can just have fun today, relax, eat some good food, learn a couple of things. With the storm, we are at a very light crowd. Most of the Northeast is still kind of snowed in. Most of our teams didn't make it down from the Poconos. Connecticut had 20 inches of snow. I think parts of Vermont had 30 inches of snow. So a lot of those people are still digging out. But we are going to live stream it, so they'll be able to watch it later. And we're also putting some YouTube clips out, and Rich will be taking care of that. So welcome. Thank you for coming. For those of you that ventured out this morning on this cold, frigid morning. It is warm in here. I'm kind of shocked, but I think through the mistakes from the past years, we figured out to keep the shop warm. We got it warmed up over the weekend, and it stayed warm. So first of all, I want to thank the guys for setting up. As you know, most of you know, this is usually where sheds are being made. You're sitting in the bay right there. It takes a lot of tear down. So I want to thank the production team for the awesome tear down and this nice space that we have. And on top of that, we've seen the snowstorm coming, and not only did they get it set up, they got it set up a day early. So we were able to pretty much have a snow day yesterday and not have to risk our lives to come in and set this thing up. So they got it done a day early. So Sam, I want to especially thank Bay 3, because we're kind of taking up their bay. It's called Bay 4, actually. But thank you for coordinating it and for getting it done early. I really appreciate that. And everybody else that helped, Gid. Just thank you for that. A couple housekeeping items. If you need restrooms, they're right through the door here. Go through the two sets of doors. On the right-hand side, there's a set of bathrooms there. There's also restrooms right here for the men downstairs. There's also a set of you can't get to the ones upstairs. We're doing renovations, so you'll have to use the downstairs restrooms. Lunch is going to be at 11:45. We'll see how we run with the schedule, but we should be eating lunch around 11:45. Madeline is bringing lunch. So again, just hang out, have fun today. We're going to try to stick to the agenda. If we go fast, we might end early, but we're going to open up to time of just hanging out. So at this time, I'm going to give it over to Kyle. Kyle's going to go through pricing. This is probably the longest segment that we have today. It is important. So if you are live streaming or watching it, we would love for you guys to watch this, because a lot of the questions that we get are questions that Kyle is going to go over today. A lot of the questions we get throughout the year is what Kyle's going to go over today. So it is important. I know it's a lot of numbers, and sometimes it can get a little heavy, but yeah, let's give Kyle our time.
All right, give me just a moment here, and we'll get up on the screen what we need. Okay. All right, well, welcome again. Thanks for braving the elements and digging out to get here. Like Alan said, this is the sort of the pricing and product component of our morning, of our day here. So I think each of you should have a binder at your seat there. So you can feel free to open that up. And I believe the first page in the binder is what we call our changes and additions sheet. And that's just kind of the outline of what we'll talk down over in this talk this morning, and it's also something that you can use for reference through the year as well. You know, what changed this year to last year, that's kind of your guide there. So we will just start into option page 1, top left there. Not as many changes to this sheet on the left side, at least, as we've had sometimes. Have one here for reference. But starting with the siding and trim options, first item there is the price increase for custom paint color match up to 2 colors So you'll see that under siding and trim options. I think it's the fourth item down. That price is now $165 for a custom color match. But the more important thing to note with that is that we are allowing up to 2 colors for that dollar amount now. So in the past, I forget what the price was, $50, $75, I'm not exactly sure. But that would have been just for 1 color. So, you know, if you have a customer that wants a custom color for the siding, a different custom color for the trim, in the past you would have charged that custom paint color charge twice. Now we are just having a single charge of $165, and that's for 1 or 2 colors. So you can go either way with that. Going down through siding and trim, continuing there, under stonework, we just added the word Provia for the stonework. We had been getting that from some different suppliers back and forth over the years, but for now, Provia is the supplier that we're looking to. Jake, as far as color selections for that stone, do we have something that we can offer the dealers to see what those color selections are? Okay. So that's something that's still in the works. Is there somewhere online they can go and look at anything, or? Okay. Okay. So this going the Provia direction with the stone is a little bit of a more recent thing for us, and we're still trying to figure out kind of what our, I guess I'm going to say, defaults are for stone. Kind of like, hey, we're going to generally offer these 3 profiles in these 3 colors or something like that. And we don't have that quite all worked out yet. Provia does have a website that you could go on to and look at some of their colors as well. I can't speak from here as far as like if all of those profiles and all of those colors are the same price. So there may need to be some communication with us if you're looking to quote a stone job in the short term, until we can kind of give you a sheet or something like, hey, the price that we have in the price list, these are the colors and profiles that are included with that.
Yeah, so on the stone, if you go on the Provia website, any one of those profiles, colors are the same price. Now, our cost varies, is going to vary a little bit, but if there's one that's like way off, we'll just have to pick up those pieces later. I just wanted to bring some clarity around the whole stone initiative, because you know how it is. There are so many different brands, colors, profiles. So we narrowed it down to Provia, and you go to their catalog or their website, it's all the same price. Okay.
Thank you for that, Mike. And we will still try to put something out there as far as what we consider our defaults. Like with our display models, we're not going to be just all over the map with that. We'll probably try to put a little bit of boundaries of what's default. But again, if you have somebody like, hey, I got to match my house, and they have XYZ, as Mike said, from the Provia website, we can do whatever we need to do. That's a great point. So shed view, which we'll talk about later today in more detail, but we will be trying to put some of these colors into shed view. I don't believe that's in shed view at all right now. That's something that we'll be developing and adding hopefully through 2026 here. So yeah, you'll see us kind of put some guardrails up with what stone colors and profiles we show in shed view. It won't be just everything that Provia offers. Any questions on that? All right, we'll keep moving along then. So the last item there under siding and trim, the price increase for the decorative roof braces slightly. Then we can move on to specialty styles down in the bottom left. One change that we are making for 2026 is that we are removing the price sheet for the Shenandoah, which is what you see up there on the screen. It's been a relatively slow seller for us. It was, I don't know, in my mind, it was a little bit one of those flash in the pan styles that was kind of popular, generated some buzz, I'm gonna say probably 8-10 years ago, maybe even 12, I'm not sure. And it stuck around, and we, sell a couple a year or something like that. But instead of having its own bespoke price sheet, we're just changing that to be a flat dollar amount upgrade off of a garden shed. So the very bottom line under specialty styles, $28.45, is the price to upgrade any garden shed size to a Shenandoah with the porch and everything that you see in that picture. All right, jumping over to the right-hand side of the page there, under events, gable vent pricing increased slightly across all those different types there. Hopping down to roofing options, we added a line item there, third line down, for upgrade to custom shingles per square foot. And you'll see that there are some manufacturers shown in there. So GAF, IKO, Owens Corning, and Certainteed architectural profiles, to be specific. All those manufacturers have all kinds of crazy types of shingles, profiles, whatnot. This is architectural shingles, but in those different manufacturers. And again, this just comes out of, folks, seeing a lot of folks coming to us asking to match their house. And these manufacturers are close enough together in price of what our cost is that we can just put a per square foot cost on it and say, hey, if you have somebody come to you and they have Certainteed architectural shingles that's in some color that's not really like one of ours, no problem. We can do that for that square footage price.
So one thing to note, or you'll notice there, is architectural only. What that means is there are profiles, shingle profiles, that are a lot more expensive, and it does not include, for example, if you go on GAF's website, they have a profile called Camelot. It's a 50-year shingle, thick, looks like a bit of a big 3-tab, for example. There are 3-tab shingles out there now that are 50-year, 40-year shingles. It does not include those profiles. And some architectural shingles are like a thicker profile. It doesn't include that. This is your, how do I want to say, colors and style comparable to the GAF architectural that we carry as a standard. Does that make sense?
Thank you for that, Mike. Any questions on that or anything else that we've gone over so far? All right, we can keep moving then. So under roofing options, down at the bottom, we have gutters. I believe that was a new addition for last year or possibly the year before. One thing that we've clarified with that is that the per foot price for those gutters does include installation within a certain area. And what that area is our zones 1 through 4. I'm not sure how familiar you all with our delivery zones. I don't think that's a map that we have in this binder, but it is something that we can provide to you if you don't already have it. But these zones 1 through 4 would be the areas in which that price includes installation. If you sell something that we are delivering and installing the building that's getting gutters and it's in zone 6 or 7 or something, just contact the office and we can get you a price on what that would be. Yes.
So the $45, is that all the way across each side? Is that not times 2 plus down?
It is both sides. Yep. So that $45 a foot includes both sides, and it does include the downspouts as well.
Which way is it included? What I mean, is it 45 times 10 plus 8?
No. So if you're selling a 10 by 12 garden shed, you would just take 45 times 12, the length of the shed, that's it. One time, and that covers both eaves and both downspouts, is in that per foot linear foot price. There'd be an additional for a transom dormer? Or you're saying that's included? Yeah. Because we wouldn't put gutters on the dormer anyway, would we? Or would we? Okay. If you get into this is really intended for a little bit more of a standard shed, I'm going to say. If you get into a more complicated project that has dormers or multiples, and if there's questions, yeah, certainly reach out to clarify. But this is a little bit more intended, I would say, for just a normal shed. I mean, you get something like this porch combo and like, okay, we got roofs going this way and that way and that way. Just reach out, and that's probably going to take maybe a little bit more of a custom quote, or at least a conversation. Dave, you have something to say there?
Yeah, we actually have been talking to these dormers and stuff. We're covered.
Okay.
We just don't make as much on that.
Just take a little bit. Yeah.
Make a little more on the other, yeah.
Okay.
Simple.
Okay. So yeah, Dave's saying don't worry about just a transom dormer or something. We're okay with that for now. But again, if it's a large project, especially I guess I would say if it's a built on site project or something, would that be a situation in which getting a price might make sense? Or is the 45 still
No,
good?
that's why it's zones 1 through 4, because it's always installed on site anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah. So to Dave's point, you know, for simplicity's sake, some of the options we offer, it may feel like, okay, it's the same price for a 10 by 12 as it is a 12 by 20. Yes, and the reason we do that, like window sizes, for example, they're the same price whether it's an 18 by 27 or a 30 by 36. The reason we do that is to simplify things for you and for us. It just, we make a little less, a little more on some. The result is satisfactory for everybody.
All right, any questions on that? Jared?
Are there multiple colors or just white?
That's a great question. We don't really say anything specifically about colors here. Can someone speak to that?
There are multiple colors, but you try to match the fascia most of the time. But if it's too crazy, that comes in different places. Yeah.
So Dave, like white, black, bronze would all be standards?
Bronze, they don't have.
Bronze they don't have.
I mean, I can get it. It's a custom, like a dark bronze. Closest thing to that, an aluminum foil socket like musket brown. That would cost a little more, but
Interesting.
yeah, we can.
What this does not include is copper gutters.
That's right.
Dave agrees.
Yeah.
Okay.
You offer the copper gutters to somebody else.
What's that?
You offer that copper gutter. Oh, yeah.
We can get copper gutters. Yeah, our supplier will do that. Yeah, and I think we have done once or twice. Yeah, yeah. So it's a possibility. Yeah. All right. So Jared didn't exactly answer your question. It's a little bit ambiguous, unfortunately. But we try to match the fascia as close as we can. I don't know if it would make sense to get a list of colors for those gutters at some point or not. Jake has a list. Okay.
So this is just a guy got a truck and a blender and goes around. He has this gutter coil is different from regular coils, and he has a list of colors I can get it from. You have to go online. I kind of forget what it's from.
Okay.
But we get brand and then you can do it.
So maybe, I don't know, Alan and Angie, if you want to make a note, maybe we could send that out at some point in the update, like what that list of colors is. Yeah, cool. All right, thank you for that. Let's keep moving. So if we go to roof or framing options, we changed the price calculation for the steeper roof pitch there. So we used to list a couple different lines for like upgrade, I forget even what it was, garden shed to a colonial garden shed, or maybe a New England barn from 1012 to 1212 or something like that. Instead of kind of trying to break that all down, again, back to what Mike said earlier, simplify. With just all these new options we're continually adding, we're always looking at how can we simplify this and not like over inundate you with information, try to just make it as streamlined as possible. So that was a little bit the effort here is let's make this roof pitch situation easier, simpler if we can. So what we've done is just changed it now to where it's 5% per pitch to go with a steeper roof pitch. What does that mean? So, take a garden shed. So a 10 wide garden shed is what? 712, 812 roof pitch. So if you want a 1012 roof pitch on that 10-foot wide garden shed, you're going from 812 to 1012. Well, that's 2 pitches. So 5 and 5, that's 10% to go from an 812 to a 1012. If you were a 12 wide garden shed, that's a 712 roof pitch, then you're going 3 pitches. So that's 15%, 7, 8, 9, 10. Am I explaining that right?
That's spot on, and it follows your siding profile. So if it's vinyl, you get the vinyl price, cedar, you get cedar price, and
Sure.
so on and so on.
Yeah. Yeah, so that percentage, yeah, it's a good point. That percentage is off of whatever siding type you're selling. Not just Smart Tech, it would be of any siding type. So when you say drawings, you're talking about like a cross section with like the sidewall height and that kind of stuff. Yeah. So I know we have a sheet that has, okay, under forms and drawings. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's good. So we don't have like a printed book that we give out exactly, but we do have in your dealer portal, in the Google Drive, there's a folder in there called Forms and Drawings. And in there is everything that you could want. So like every width of garden shed, every width of every style, really, that would have that cross section in it with the wall height, with the roof pitch and everything. Are you talking something a little more condensed?
I'm talking about training to you guys. How are they going to know if it's 812 or 712 on which shed and stuff like that?
Sure.
Is there a book that shows which one has which pitch on or how they?
So some of that will be seen on the price sheet itself. So at the bottom of, like the garden shed price sheet at the bottom will say what the roof pitches are. So that would be one thing that you could use for a reference there. Jake, we have a sheet, a single paper that says the overall height of our different buildings, right? I don't know if that's in here or not. That's not exactly answering his question, but that is, oh yeah, it is in here. Well, the stud and wall chart.
Yeah.
And that does have pitches as well, actually. So yeah, if you go to the back of your binder there, on mine it's like 4 pages from the back. It's got the shed, stud, and wall chart would have wall heights, the actual stud length specifically, the pitch, the overall height. And I'm just quickly looking, is everything on here? Yeah, between these 3 pages, I think everything is on here. So does that help answer your question there? Okay, great. Sounds good. Sure, built on site. Yeah. So that is a good point, which everybody probably knows for the most part. But yeah, the one thing you have to be careful with when you're increasing your roof pitch is, depending on the style, that could easily bump it into a built on site category, where it's over height, not something that you can haul in one piece. So just be aware of that. You can't just tack a steeper roof pitch on something without considering, is that going to be haulable or not? Yeah. Absolutely. Angie or Alan, another book for another fellow. Okay. Yes. Very good. Now we're going to start moving into some new stuff for this year, which is pretty exciting. We've been developing some things over the last months that some of it you see, actually quite a bit of it you see around you here in the room on these buildings, but we'll talk about some of the details of those things there. So we have an option here, added A-frame lean-to extension. And this is under overhangs. So we bump down to that overhangs category. Oh, you're right. Sorry, we are still under roof or framing. That's right. So the last item there, A-frame lean-to extension. So what exactly is that? I think we've got a couple pictures here. So I think this building that we did 10 years ago probably is one that has generated some interest over the years around this, where it's just a little extension off the side of the building. If I remember rightly, I think this customer had like a little chop saw in there or something for his workshop and just kind of wanted that out of the way. So that's kind of what brought some of the interest around this idea. I think we've got a couple other pictures of ones that we've done more recently. This price here of $2,000 is for an extension like this. Around here we were calling it a bump out for a while. So if you've heard the term bump out, especially for our guys, that's what we're talking about. And the official name that we tried to bring to it is an A-frame or lean-to extension, is what that is. So this $2,000 is for something that is up to 3 feet deep and up to 8 feet wide. And this is also intended for assembled buildings, which is important because depending on where you put this extension, again, it could easily turn into something that's not haulable. So this picture here is probably one of the better examples of it, where in this case, it's actually, I'm going to say it's parallel with the 4x4s. So when you're hauling this, it's not hanging off the side of the trailer, it's in line with the trailer. Now in this case, it looks like that was a 12x12 garden shed. They actually turned the 4x4s 90 degrees from how they would normally do it. The eave is facing forward instead of the gable, which would normally be facing forward. But the reason they did that is so that this extension could be on the trailer instead of hanging off the side, and it can be hauled. So that's kind of what this 2,000 is intended for. We've definitely done some of these on built-on sites. That definitely is a common request as well, which you can kind of see on this one, which would fall kind of within those size parameters of 3x8. Also, this one was a pretty custom on where those double doors is. There's a bump out extension kind of coming out the front there, and then put a reverse gable dormer on top of that. Do either of you guys want to talk about built on site versus not built on site? So what if somebody does want a 10x20 garden shed with a 3-foot bump, or let's say 12x20 garden shed with a 3-foot bump out the side? Now it's 15 feet wide. It's not haulable. What do we do in that kind of situation? How should they price that? Does this $2,000 have any relevance, or should they just be completely quoting that custom through the office? How do they handle that? Okay, so the conference is that is something that should be quoted kind of separately. So this $2,000, as it says here on assembled buildings, is really intended for that pretty narrow use case of something that gets mounted to a shed and sent out the door and down the road, not something that's built on site. If it's built on site, that is something you should be getting a quote on. Anything to add to that?
Yeah, so just to clarify, this bump out, for the most part, is intended to put on the gable of a shed, right? If it's going to be hauled fully assembled.
It's going to have to be a pretty narrow shed to put a 3-foot bump out on the side.
Yeah, so if it's on the side, it makes the load wider. Yeah, that bump out's probably going to feel a little bit like my wife would if I would be driving one of those motorcycles with a sidekick on it.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's the sidecar.
Yeah.
Yeah. We don't have one of those in display here, do we? Okay. Cool. All right. Any questions on this? Any more questions on this extension? So all the pictures almost all the pictures I'm showing are a lean-to style extension, but you can do something more along these lines where it's more of a gabled roof. But I think pretty much everything we've done so far has been that lean-to style. It seems like that's what most people are looking for.
I have a question.
Yes.
All the pictures are on the eave, and then if you do a percentage for your zone to just on the 2,000, like just include it and then do the build on site rate?
So the 2,000 is for something that we can do very efficiently in the shop and out the door. As soon as it touches built on site,
Then you go.
there's more things that come into the picture. And I think that's why we're saying that don't even look at the 2,000 for that. Let's quote that. Because built on site just adds more complexity. Yeah. So we may get to a point where we can have a price for something that is built on site, but for starting out with this year, this is pretty narrow. Let's see where it goes. Let's see what people are interested in. And if it grows, maybe we can add some more parameters around that in the future. Yeah. All right, any other questions? If not, we'll move on, and we will jump down to overhangs. We've got a decent amount to talk about there this year. For 12-inch overhangs, the first line or second line there, we have that as a square footage price now instead of, I believe it was a percentage in the past. So that is a change in the way that you would calculate 12-inch overhangs. It is now a per square foot price instead of a percentage price. Let's see. So looking at the next one there, 2-foot gable overhang with braces. I just wanted to throw a picture up just so we're clear, because overhangs is kind of a discussion today. And again, you see some different overhangs around here. Just to be clear kind of what's what. So you see this picture, oh wow, that's really cool. How do I price that? Well, there's all these different things in the price sheet. What applies to what? So we'll try to clarify that a little bit. So this picture is for the second line there with the price. The 2-foot gable overhang with braces in the garden shed, any width, $400. That is what you get. So it basically just takes the existing roof structure, pulls it out 2 feet, and puts the braces on. There's nothing in that gable, it's just an open gable. That's what you get for $400. And then the next, that would be showing the next line down, which is a 2-foot alpine gable on garden shed, any width, $750. Pretty much the exact same thing. It just puts the alpine in there, is what that is. I don't think we don't have an alpine here. That's a little bit different. But that would be the alpine overhang line there. All right. Moving down from there, pent roof overhang, pretty much same as it's been. Then we have a line item that says gabled or lean-to style overhang up to 7 feet long. And I believe that was named a little bit differently in past years because I think our expected use for it in the past was a little bit different, but just what we're seeing kind of the industry go to or customer expectations or requests going to is kind of putting that either over doors or over windows. There's one thing I missed on the alpine gable. It is possible to do an alpine gable on a larger building, and you can just double the price. So that $750 can become $1,500, and then you can put something like this on a truss garage or something like that if you want to. Okay, so this line item that says gabled or lean-to style overhang. So in this picture, you see that little gable style overhang over the single door. That's kind of what we're talking about with this line item. Here, single door on the left, that has a lean-to style overhang. Again, that's kind of what we're talking about. There's kind of a close-up of another lean-to style overhang over a door. This one's maybe not the greatest example, and wow, it's really getting a little blurry for some reason. But that would be over a double door. Now that in that particular case, it's a hip roof, which we haven't done very many of these that were a hip roof. Most of these would be a lean-to in that type of application. But that would be then a lean-to style over a double door, and that would be what you see over here on this porch combo greenhouse as well, is that lean-to style. And then this would show something very similar over windows. So it doesn't have to be over a door, it can be over windows as well. And this price is just for whatever length. So if it's a single door, it's probably going to be what, 4 feet long? Something like that. Of course, 6 foot double door, that's where you would get to that 7 foot width. So whatever width, it's all the same price. So I have a question for Jake and Mike. As far as the construction of this overhang, I see some of these pictures. That one's a little bit more basic, but then I look over here and I see like the real chunky braces and everything. And some of these pictures, like that picture, I see like some nice stain and stuff. What's included in this $400? And what would be, $400 for that?
So that $400 is what we used to call the door overhang.
Yeah.
That's what that is. It's a basic overhang. Most times, customers put a regular metal roof on it, 2x4 braces, and done. That you'll get to a few lines here is called the 30-inch decorative overhang with arch braces per foot, $100.
Okay.
I'm not quite clear on that.
You're not?
All right, so that was not one.
That doesn't look like $400 to me. Over
That?
there. Right.
Well, I feel.
No, that's not $400.
Right.
That's $100 a foot.
Probably better place than the way you know, as far as covering the hazard. But if that was not the intention.
So what is the intention?
Intention is to do what you showed, cable door overhangs, loose lean-to style, and this, but I'm not sure if this is.
Well, for now, like that is not the overhang we're talking about.
That's a couple lines down.
Right.
That we'll get to.
Yeah.
So it's something similar to that in design, but much more basic, like not with the chunky braces and the standing seam metal and all of that.
Correct. Yeah. This overhang, like I said, this $400 overhang is a basic door overhang. You don't get no decorative braces. It has braces, but they're not decorative. They're
Okay. So Angie Allen, maybe if you guys can make a note of this, in a dealer update, let's send out a picture of this 400, exactly what it is compared to what the $100 a foot is. Just so we can, be clear on what you're getting for the money.
Well, in a basic door, is that a 3-foot door, 5 foot, 6 foot?
Doesn't matter.
Oh, it doesn't matter?
Doesn't matter. So it's a flat price for that overhang up to 7 foot long, which would accommodate a 6 foot double door. So if you have a New England barn, 8x7 doors, now you're beyond that. We need to add to that a little bit for a longer one. This would be for anything up to a 6 foot double door. And also for windows. So we do see people putting these over top of windows occasionally. So as long as your window bank is no more than 6 feet long, this would apply to that as well. So from what they're saying here, I think that is the 30-inch decorative overhang with arch braces. It's $100 a foot. And we'll get to that as well. We'll get to that line item. I think there's a little bit of miscommunication here about what is what.
Well, I don't. So you ready to tackle the 30-inch overhang now, the decorative overhang now?
Sure, we're talking about why not.
So I'm not.
And I do have some pictures of that, that I was given of that as well, which is
So,
right
so I
there.
don't know. So Jake, I don't know that there's anything to update at this moment because that overhang is this, right?
It's the same style, yes.
That's the that is the 30-inch decorative overhang with arch braces.
So there's a picture up here as well. I think another place that we've used that is on garages, larger garages. So you can go 7 feet long, like that is, or you can go 24 feet long, right? Which would be
Right.
what this picture is that you would have given me, right? Yeah,
At $100 a foot.
$100 a foot. Yep.
So can you go to the picture where we have a basic door overhang, or what we're saying, the $400 overhang?
I don't know that I was given a picture of that. That's what I think there is some lack of understanding on. Yeah, so
Yeah.
that's what we need to send out in the update.
I think in the past, though, that you have seen buildings here of that overhang.
Yeah.
So we're gonna have to get.
That's
a
what we'll
picture.
clarify. Like, what do you get for $400? This. And I don't, seems like I may not have a picture of that. So that's what we're gonna clarify.
So the decorative is $100 a foot?
$100 a foot. For what you see here, for what you see there, whatever length that might be.
Standing seam, that's the same price?
So that's a great question that hopefully you guys can clarify. $100 a foot. So we get the braces. Does the roofing type matter at all? Does the roofing type match what the rest of the building is? Or sometimes, like, you'll have even a garage like this, that's a shingle roof, but then standing seam for that overhang. What does that include?
That includes metal, not standing seam, but metal or shingles.
Okay.
So cedar shakes, not included, standing seam, not included.
And if they want to upgrade to that on the overhang, can they use the square footage price for standing seam upgrade? How do they find that price?
So you would use the standing seam on pent roof or gable overhang, $350. That's for the standing seam.
Perfect.
For
Yep.
cedar shakes, going with the square footage is fine.
Okay. Very good. Let's see, I think I have another picture or two of this 30-inch overhang. Again, on a web truss garage, looks like that would be. So this picture I was given is of an overhang where it's built into the roof structure, but coming out 30 inches. Is that correct? Okay, so you can do it that way. If it's on like a garage or something, you can just do it that way as well, where it's not a separate piece. It's just an extension of that roof line, again, with the with those chunky braces on it. And that would actually be showing that overhang over the door as well. Which again, that would be that $100 per foot as well, because it's got the chunky braces and everything. It's not a basic one. Okay, I think that's probably the best pictures that I have of that. So I know with some of these options, it's very hard to encapsulate everything you might need to know about it into one little statement, or even on a price sheet. I mean, we have one little line here. It's hard to just communicate all of that in one little section. But we'll keep talking about it, and hopefully, yeah, we'll all gain common understanding together.
I'm trying to find this overhang on our website. I'm not scrolling Facebook right now.
Okay. Any other questions on the door overhang or this 30-inch decorative overhang? All right, very good. I think we kind of did a skip there down to that 30-inch. So let's see, what did we skip over? We also added a line item here for a studio awning for $970. And that is what you see on this studio over here, back to my right, your left, which is an overhang that just comes straight out the front of the building and then has those two braces that it's kind of hanging from going up higher on the wall there. So that's what that would be for $970. That is a part of a new building style called the Studio Luxe that we'll get to, which is what that building is. But if you want to add that particular style of awning to any other building, that's where that $970 comes into play. Does that include the recessed lights in it? I don't think so. No. So that would be additional. Yeah. Yes.
Is it going to be the length of the door, or if they wanted it longer, is that an option? Like if they wanted it to go over maybe some of the windows? Is it customizable at all, or is it just going on the doors?
As far as length, is there a max length?
That the double door would be maximum.
Okay, so it's sort of the same as the other one, set up to 7 foot, I would expect, for a 6 foot door.
We can do a custom photo larger.
Yeah, so it could be done larger, but there'd just be additional costs then. Yeah. One of the things we definitely have to look at is those braces that it hangs from, just like how many of those can you put in? Is it going to block anything? You know, some of those things are considerations as well.
Yeah, so the other application would be like if we had those big sliding doors, like the the bifold doors where you get a 12-foot or something. Yeah, it's doable, but it's going to be a little more money.
All right, any other questions on the studio overhang? Let's see, going down, noted that the pergola option includes kiln-dried lumber. Let's see. And I believe this is a picture. Sorry, that's right. That's the. Did you give me a picture of that?
Pergola's right here on the end of the colonial too.
I thought I had a picture of that. Perhaps not. Where'd you say?
On the end of the colonial on the left.
Okay, yeah, so you can't really see it from where you're sitting, but this colonial combo greenhouse on the end of it would have a pergola overhang, which is similar to like this overhang, lean-to overhang over here in its application. It just goes over top of a double door, or it could go over windows as well. But that would again be up to 7 feet long. Oh, no. Oh, that you gave me. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe it didn't make it into this list. But in any case, that's something that we've carried for a couple years now, and it's on the end of that colonial if you want to take a look at it. The only thing that changed for this year is just clarifying that it includes kiln-dried lumber. That's really it. All right, next line item there is for an arched timber frame peak. I believe we have one of those on display here as well. That would be to your hard left back there on that small garden shed, which might be kind of blocked by that staircase. But that would be sort of that insert up into the peak that is constructed in a timber frame style. So that is 1320. Now, maybe you guys can answer this question. Does that 1320 include any wider overhang, or no? That's just putting the peak in there. On some buildings, does it, well, maybe ask it this way, does it require a wider overhang? So that garden shed, does it have any wider overhangs than normal on it? Is that required to put an arched timber peak on?
It's not required, but it's going to look better with 12-inch or 18-inch.
Okay. So it could be put on 8-inch overhangs, but it really looks better, and kind of how we've seen it be done is on 12 or 18-inch overhangs.
And that comes down to preference. Like I've seen those gables put like right against a wall too. So it's the overhang doesn't matter.
Isn't crucial.
No, it's
okay.
not.
But the thing we can be clear about is the 1320 does not include any overhang.
Right.
It just includes putting the timber frame peak in there. Yeah. Okay. Very
Jake, how wide is that overhang? Is that 12 inches? So that's a 12-inch overhang there. Yeah.
But that's a separate, like on that build sheet, that's a separate line item for the 12-inch overhangs from the gable peak. Okay. Any questions on that?
And that can be spread. It doesn't have to be 5 foot, 6 foot, whatever scale to build.
Okay.
Really up to 8 feet, 7 feet.
So a double wide, like a web truss garage?
You don't want them large, so I would say like 7 feet.
Okay. Yeah, you're not going to do something like this that's like 10 feet wide or something. So up to 6 foot, 7 foot wide is kind of what looks right for this style of peak. Okay. All right, very good. We already talked about the 30-inch decorative overhangs. that did kind of take the place of the 3-foot or 4-foot eave overhang that we had on the price sheet before. So just be aware of that, that 30 inch is kind of in the place of that. Down at the bottom, the very last line in the right-hand column, pergola over porch up to 4 foot by 12 foot with post and braces is $12.50, and that is what this picture is. And that's also what you see over here on the right-hand side of this porch combo greenhouse, is that pergola over porch. That's something we definitely saw rise in popularity through 2025, so we're now putting that option on the price sheet for that pergola over a porch. Okay, a lot of stuff here on option page 1. Any other questions before we move on to other pages? Yes, Jerry?
That 1250, that does not include the boards we charge for the boards separately?
Correct. Yep, that's just the pergola.
Like a composite deck board.
Exactly. Well, there's a porch line here, $25 a square foot. That would include the composite decking and all of that. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Why don't we move on then? So we'll go to option page 2. Made some changes to electrical. We did add a note here that this standard electrical package for $225 is up to 6 outlets. Once you go 6 outlets or more, you do need to add an electrical box to your electrical package price. So we don't want to put more than 6 outlets or more on an electrical package without having that electrical box. So just keep that in mind when you're selling. We removed the electrical package for 2 stories because that is something that we are continuing not to do. Big on-site, built on-site jobs, 2 stories. We're not doing electrical packages in those buildings. We're not licensed electricians. That's just beyond what we can do well with an electrical package. So that's off of the sheet now. But we did replace it with an electrical package for a finished interior building, as well as an electrical package for pool houses. And you can see with each of those what that includes. So the finished interior, and again, the reason that we develop these things is we see that we're doing the same thing over and over and over. So let's create a line item for it to make it a little bit easier for you to sell. Jake, do you know if that studio has the electrical package for finished interior in it?
It does, yes, but there's things added.
Okay, so it's that plus some things.
Correct.
Yeah. So we're just finding when people are, getting a studio for a home office, this is kind of what they want, at least. They're going to want 6 outlets. They're going to want some recessed lights inside. They're going to want the electrical box. So we just kind of are putting that together into a package for you to make it a little bit easier to sell. And then pool houses, kind of the same thing. You got some options there for the enclosure area, and then some stuff on the porch, the GFCI outlets with the covers, the recessed lights, just kind of all in one package that you'd want on a pool house. All right. The electrical box, I think we used to say 100 amp. This is a 125 amp box that we're putting in now. So just clarifying that. Also under sconces, we have a pair of sconces for $250, and we kind of have some new styles for that for this year, which you can see on the screen. So it's either a lantern or cylinder style. Lantern on the left, cylinder on the right, and this porch combo greenhouse would show you those new cylinder sconces and kind of what they look like. Okay, so those are the lantern style on the New England barn over there as well. So you can see both of those. All right, and then we removed the eyeball recessed light option. That was something that we did a couple times, added it in, but hasn't gained much traction, so that came back off of there again. All right, any other questions on electrical? Yes?
Is your wiring still going to be 14 gauge and upgrade to 12?
Yes.
Switching to 12?
Yes. Do either of these include 12 amp or 12 gauge as a default or no? 14 is always the default. Yeah, but you can always upgrade to 12. Yeah. All right. We'll keep moving. Under wall and ceiling covering, the paint option no longer includes the floor. So kind of halfway down that left column, option page 2. Paint interior walls and ceiling, and that is for finished or unfinished buildings. That $3 a square foot. I think it used to say floor on there, but floor coverings are separate and farther down the page. And we have a separate line for a painted floor if you want that. It's just not included with that $3 a square foot. Tongue and groove pine, noted to include paint or stain. So for a time we had gotten some tongue and groove that was pre-finished from the factory. We've kind of refined how we do it, how we're able to do it in-house, and are now finishing those in-house ourselves again. And because we're doing it in-house, then we can do whatever color you want. So if you want to do Navajo white in the outside and Navajo white in the inside, we can do that. We can do whatever color you want, whether paint or stain for that tongue and groove. Is that saying that right? Okay. Very good. Any paint color is also available now on the 1x6 shadow gap. It just says painted there. It used to say white because we were only really doing white. But now, again, we have the ability to paint it ourselves and do a great job at it. And because of that, we're able to do whatever color you want. So if you want shadow gap in a different color than white, not a problem now and not an additional cost. All right, and then under the rough drywall, it just notes that it does not include spackle, paint, or trim. So that rough drywall is exactly that. It's just drywall screwed to the wall. And that's pretty much it. Yep. Okay.
And the reason for that?
And the reason for that is because a drywall building bouncing down the road is not a great thing and does not end well. So we can't send something out of here without getting cracks in that spackle. So it's not something that I think we did it once or twice before for some of our own offices. I think Quakertown office, I think we tried to do that way. And yeah, we decided we won't be doing that again. It did not work. Okay, any other questions on the wall coverings there? Very good, we'll keep going. We added a section at the bottom for other finished interior options. The first section there being finished interior package. And again, this is just coming out of seeing something that we're doing over and over and over again. So let's just put a price to it. Makes it a lot easier for you guys to sell. So that finished interior package includes spray foam for the floor, fiberglass walls and roof, shadow gap walls, and then vinyl plank flooring. That does not include an electrical package. So you still need to put that electrical package in separately, but it includes pretty much everything else that most folks would want for a nice finished interior. Would that be true of that one over there, Jake? That it would have this finished interior package in it? Yeah. So all the components of that you would see on that Studio Luxe over there. All right, we also added an upgrade to Corian countertop. So that Corian upgrade would apply to pool houses. Is that right? Like a pool house that has just the regular composite counter, to upgrade that to Corian? Anything that has a bar, sure. So yeah, Grand Lanai, anything that you have a bar in and want to upgrade it to Corian, that's what that's for.
It could also apply to shelves, office shelving inside, finished interiors.
Is that an upgrade price from plywood?
It will just be additional to what that.
Which is plywood. Okay. So if somebody wants some shelving in their finished building from the factory, we could do Corian shelves. And you just add a workbench, 2 foot deep, that's what they want, and then Corian upgrade would get you Corian on that workbench, basically. Okay. There you go.
I mean, that's not a very likely scenario. You did? I did.
It's actually happened.
Wow. It's an office building, a lot of polish.
All right. Also, you'll see that the mini split does not include an electrical package anymore. Last year we tried to include a standard electrical package, but we found that everybody was just customizing it anyway, so there's no reason to include that as a default. Let's just make the electrical component of that mini split separate, so you get the package you want, and then add the mini split to it. So that is a little bit of a difference for 2026. Just buying a mini split doesn't include any other wiring in the building. But you do have to have an electrical package of some sort to add a mini split. So you can't just throw a mini split in but not have an electrical package otherwise. Okay.
So just a breaker box.
Sure. So you would have to add a breaker box to your electrical package for a mini split, is that right? So the minimum for a mini split would be your 225 electrical package and your $125 electrical box. Is that correct? Okay. All right, and then we also added a installation line for that mini split system. Zones 1 through 5 is $800. Now, a mini split can go out, again, on something like the Studio Luxe, pre-installed from the shop, is that right? And that would not require this $800 fee if it's being installed at the shop on something going out in one piece. Is this more intended for built on site?
Built on site, 14 wides on the side, or 12 wides on the side, which triggers.
Sure. So it does depend on where you want that mini split unit on the building. If it's on the gable, of course it's out of the way for transport. If it's on the eave side, depending on the width of the building, then that may be an issue.
Well, it's the pump. So you can put the mini split on the inside anywhere you want. It's the pump on the outside.
The external unit, right.
The external unit. Again, if your building's too wide, you're looking at a side kick, it'll get,
Yeah.
that's what we're talking about. So whenever possible, you want to put that on the gable. The
Yeah.
outside unit goes on the gable.
So can you put the external pump on the gable and the interior on the eave?
Yeah, absolutely. You just run the pipes wherever the internal unit sits.
So the external unit and the internal unit don't have to be like right beside each other. Like the external can be here and the internal could be like around the corner and down the side of the building or something. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yeah. And that's information when you're selling a building that we need to know, right? Like where that stuff needs to go in the building. Yeah. Yeah. So do specify that when you're sending your order in. All right, I think that gets everything under finished interior options. Again, these finished interiors is just something that continues to grow and develop year over year. I'm sure there's questions that you've come up with over the last year, or maybe have in looking at this. So yeah, any other questions?
For the developers, if I can sell one mini split on the gable, are you still able to use it if that's already installed, or would that have to?
Ah, so the mule in a situation like that.
And also the other question was zone 5 versus 6. I'm basically right in the middle. I have some customers in 5 and some in 6.
Okay. That's probably something that would have to be between you and, I don't know, Alan, Angie, to figure out how the best way would be to handle that in your kind of on the line situation. But as far as the mule, so if you've got a 10 wide, like that is, and that unit is kind of offset one way or the other, can you still get the mule into the middle of that?
Yeah, if it's offset, we can, right, Dave? We've been hauling.
They're wide enough.
They're wide enough. 10 wide would be wide enough.
And then it depends how you mule in, like the time you put the wheel in
Right.
the unit.
But you still gotta get to that gable.
Yeah.
So that can be a little dicey.
Where's Luke?
Look, he's back there, was anyway.
Can you mule a 10 wide with the pump on the end?
Yeah.
Yeah. If it's offset, all right.
So if you ask for us to put the unit right in the middle, then we might have a problem with muling it in. Yeah, offset unit is, and I think most times we do an offset unit.
Most times.
Yeah,
Yeah, just don't, if your customer gets really like, don't just put it in the middle, just because you can.
right. Well, hey, where do you want it? Stick in the middle. Well, actually, no, there's a good reason to offset it one way or the
I
other.
would really encourage the customer to put it on the gable and to offset it. And if you explain that to the customer, because for 12 wide, now you're gonna have to get to a 14 wide, you got escort the permits, it's gonna jack your price just for that unit to be there. So So try to, if you can encourage your customer, let's put it on the gable, let's offset to one side. Either side is fine.
Yeah. Okay, thank you for that. That was good. Any other interiors questions? All right, we'll keep rolling right along then. Under interior storage and framing, so top right of option page 2, we just changed the wording a little bit. That last line says prepare 2-story for drywall. Jake, can you tell us a little bit of what exactly that is or does? So we used to call that something different last year. Maybe you want to take the microphone.
So it doesn't really happen often, but in 2 stories that they want, most times the first or the second floor, but most times the second floor where it might be a finished unit upstairs where they want to drywall and all, that's what that line would be for. And we've found that they want to do the same thing for a truss garage. It doesn't happen quite as often, but they want to finish the first floor, but they want to prepare it for drywall. They want us to do it. So that half price for 1 story would be for truss garages most times, and 2-story would be for 2 floors.
Okay, so we have to put a bunch of studs and stuff in places we wouldn't normally put them so that you can drywall this thing out. Yep. Yep. Okay, so that's what that is.
And Kyle, real quick.
Yep.
It's really important that you let us
Do you have your mute on, or
It's really important to let us know if your customer's figuring on finishing out a building. We've had quite a few times in the past year where the on-site crew or Dave is out there and we're 3/4 way through with this building, and we figure out that the customer actually wants to finish top and we're not prepared. So if you know your customer's going to either finish it off afterwards, we had a couple customers that had other contractors coming in to finish off the building after we were done, and they were upset because we didn't put all these 2x4s and have the building ready for their installator to come in and finish off that building. So if you know your customer is going to finish off the building, that's really important to put on the work order, let Angie know, let the shop know before construction is started, so that we can design that building to be able to take drywall or interior finishing.
That's good. Thanks for that, Alan. All right. Finishing off option page 2 here under cupolas and weather vanes, you'll see that we expanded this section a bit, and for the first time we have added 30-inch and 36-inch cupolas to this sheet. And again, this just comes out of selling more larger buildings, more really nice buildings, and with a larger scale building that you want to look really nice, you need a bigger cupola. 22-inch cupola on a 24x24, especially if it's a taller building, 2-story or something, it's just not going to cut it. You need something larger than that. So 30 and 36-inch are available there. We will be trying to get these into shed view as well. I don't know for sure if we have both 30 and 36 in there yet or not. Are they both there? Okay. But yeah, so that'll help you visualize also, like what size of cupola should I get on my building. You can go into shed view and look at that. All right, some price increases for the dog kennel and chicken coop packages inserts as well for this year. Any other questions on anything on option page 2? Anything we talked about, anything we didn't? Any questions there? All right, if not, we will keep moving along to option page 3, doors and windows. Starting top left there with just our doors in general. A couple of them went up incrementally. No real huge changes there. Under door upgrades, the price for a black sliding glass door actually went down a little bit. So that's always cool to see. That black sliding glass door is what is on that Studio Lux over there. Is that right? That's that black sliding glass door. Yep. All right. Under overhead doors, prices increased incrementally there a bit as well. Overhead door upgrades, a couple of those went up. As far as the standard colors for overhead doors, that changed a little bit for this year. We are adding in black and red as standard colors now for an overhead door. So I think, you guys can tell me if I'm wrong, But I think something that you're kind of seeing is black is just becoming more and more common, kind of across the board, windows, doors, all that stuff. So we're trying to bring that into the fold, and I think you're seeing the cost for some of those black upgrades starting to come down, or in some of these cases, just going away altogether.
So one of the, like lumber has come back a little bit the last couple of years. One of the things that have not come back are door and window prices, the opposite. So black windows, they haven't, no let up there, but black garage doors, in this case, when, these garage door manufacturers from the Midwest start to, they have trends that change, and when they make their runs, and their runs of anything are bigger, it brings their costs down, and that's why we're able to do this. And it's great because, somebody comes in, orders garage, hey, what color garage doors do you offer? And there's no upcharge. So what we do, even if it's minimal, we just make it the same, because who cares about $20 for simplicity's sake in a $1,300 item, right?
Yep.
Do you all offer color swatches for the garage doors? We had a couple customers wanting to know what colors we offer.
So color, like the little color chip type of thing?
Yes.
Yeah. Somebody speak to that. Color chips for garage doors, is that something we have, we can give?
In the past, we've included it in the in whatever we handed out. Like they're like sample handouts.
Yeah. Do we have those available today for somebody to take if they want them or no? Garage door samples.
We can get some. We can get some.
Probably don't have them today, but we can get them.
Shoot us an email. We'll make sure you get them.
Yeah, anything, color samples and that kind of stuff. In general, if you don't see them here, email
Angie.
Angie. Got it. Thanks, Angie.
Good. We're getting to it. It's the next thing on the list. So yeah, so black and red are no additional charge, and then gray wood is an overhead door color that was available for the past year or two, but has now been discontinued. So if you want kind of a wood grain look door, we do still have the walnut overhead door for $210, but the gray wood color that we had available is no longer available.
So the walnut is the only one of the grain, wood
Yes.
grain that are available.
Yeah, that's the only wood grain style door is the walnut. Yeah. All right, hopping down to windows. Aluminum windows, slider price went up a little bit. Under vinyl windows, a couple prices that went up here and there also. One of the bigger changes that you'll see with vinyl windows is, well, twofold. Vinyl insulated windows are now double hung. So in the past, they would have been single hung as a default. Now they are double hung, which of course means the bottom section tilts in, top section slides and tilts in as well. Am I right in saying that?
Yes.
Top section slides and tilts? Yeah. You want to speak to that, Mike?
Not on that one, but on the double pane, like you went past the double pane. I want to say something about
The double
when
pane
you're ready.
aluminum.
Yes.
Okay,
So
sure.
when you're done with that, I'll hit the double pane.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, so vinyl windows, the two changes, no longer single hung, now double hung. And also is a little bit just the way that we're ordering these windows has changed a little bit. In the past, we tried to stock some sort of normal sizes, but again, the more custom stuff we do, the less you can just order a bunch of all these different things. So we have more ability now to order different sizes of vinyl windows. So what you see here is kind of our standard sizes are listed as 24 by 36, 30 by 36, 30 by 41, 36 by 48, which is kind of a new size for this year, I think, and 40 by 60. In the past, 40 by 60 would have been an additional cost or more expensive than a smaller window. Now they're all the same size. So any vinyl window is now double hung, doesn't matter what the size is, $475 is your price. And we have the ability for no additional charge to go with a custom size. So again, somebody's trying to match something, they need a 32 by 44 window or something, not a problem. In a vinyl insulated window, we can do that. and there's no additional charge.
Not even up to it's over 120 United inches?
You're saying grid pattern. What does that mean? With grids or without grids? Or different types of patterns? Okay. Are all the same price? Okay. So you can do it either no grids, the standard grids, or there's, some of these new grid styles that are out there. We can match those as well. And you're saying no additional cost for those different grid styles. Okay? All right. Here's a question.
Okay, so if you do a custom, let's say 52 by something, it's over 101 United inches. That's usually the cutoff on vinyl window prices, is 101 United inches. So if I go to 101 United inches, is that going to be any more than that vinyl window?
Yeah, so 40 by 60 would be the max. So anything that's over 40 by 60. You can go bigger, just that would need to get quoted.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. So up to 40 by 60 is the intention with that price. Yeah. Thanks for that. That's a good clarification. Yeah. All right. Still under vinyl windows, with the transom windows, we used to have a price for short transoms and long transoms. We still have that under aluminum, but with vinyl windows, now any transom window up to 6 foot long is the same price at $380. So that's a little bit of a change in the way that we calculate that from last year.
That's another one of those examples where the new manufacturer, the price was so minimal between a 30-inch transom and a 6-footer, right? So just, I think it was like $19 or something like that. So we just made it the same.
All right. Some new windows that are added under vinyl here would be about halfway down. You got a vinyl insulated triangular window, as well as a vinyl insulated transom window that is 16 inches high. Both of those windows were added because of our new studio style this year, the Studio Luxe, which again is back there to my right, your left. So the triangular window that you see in the gable of that is what we're talking about here for $765 each for that triangle window on the end. And then the transom windows you see in the front there are taller than our normal transom would be. That's a 16-inch tall instead of what, 10-inch? Is that the 12-inch is the standard vinyl? Okay, so this is a taller transom that is sort of what makes that style. And those transom windows, instead of being priced per unit, are priced per linear foot. So $90 a linear foot is how we're calculating the transom windows on the front of that studio. And it's intended just to be pretty much wall to wall. Well, I'm not going to talk too much about that style. We'll get there. But for that 16-inch high transom, $90 a linear foot is what that would be. Any questions on vinyl windows? Then, Mike, we can go back to aluminum. Any questions? Yes.
Is there low E glass available for somebody who's really, because you're all clear glass, right?
Low E glass. Anyone speak to that? So low E glass is default. That's standard.
Okay, in the black.
In the vinyl insulated windows. Yeah, just in the vinyl windows. Yeah. Mhm. Any other questions on the vinyl windows? All right, Mike, talk to us about double pane aluminum.
All right, so we've been trying to figure out double pane aluminum vertical slider windows for all but 2 years. We've got a batch of windows in. They didn't perform well. They weren't clean. I mean, get this. So the factory didn't clean the glass between the glass. Perfect, right? So that's not going to work. So now we went back to our supplier, and what we want to do is get the argon gas in there, which forces them to put a good seal in and then go low E, because low E doesn't cost much. We're working on it. We're not there yet, but that's going to be the window. That's the perfect window for the kind of buildings that we're making, if you don't need vinyl insulated windows. So more in a year.
Hoping to have something there 2027. Yeah. All right, very good. Not a whole lot to say. Under wood windows, a couple prices went up, but the offering is pretty much remaining the same there. Under window upgrades, a couple of those upgrades went up as well. We did add an upgrade there at the bottom for tempered glass on any vinyl insulated window. And that is $110 per window unit for tempered glass if you want that. All right, I think that does option page 3. Any other questions on any doors or any windows? All right, then we'll move on. Really no changes to option page 4 or 5. We can kind of skip right over those, and we'll hop right over to option page 6. Some of the percentages or delivery prices went up here a bit. The main things here are that we added a section for Bel Air and Wellington pool houses. Full built on site on a Bel Air or a Wellington starts at 45% in zone 1 and goes up from there. I believe the reason for that specific percentage is just because pool houses, when built on site, take a lot of work. There's a lot of detail, and we were just finding over time that we're really putting a lot of time into these built on sites for pool houses specifically, and 35% is just not cutting it for what's actually happening on site. We need a little bit more for that.
Maybe this is the right time. Yeah, this is the right time to do that. Let me just say the on-site work we've been doing together with, the guys in the shop, the guys out there on the crew have been doing an amazing job. It makes all this possible. All right, they've been working together. Their communication's great, and they have been doing an amazing job.
I feel like we need to give them a hand for everything they've done past year. Great job. Thanks for that, Mike. Other change on this page is changing some rates for eave overhangs on Colonial Garden sheds and New England barns. So I believe that's actually a new line there under Cape Cod eave overhangs. And basically what it's doing is actually cutting that setup fee in half if we're putting that overhang on a Colonial Garden shed or a New England barn. And the reason for that is because it's already built on site, we're already doing work on site, so we don't need that full setup fee. So like something like this, correct? This would be New England barn, overhang, they're already gonna be on site, so the setup for that overhang, we can cut that in half and we're still covered well. That pricing was actually already in place on ShedView, so if you use ShedView, especially if you use it for pricing, it was already calculating that way. We're just making that change reflected on the price sheets now as well. I think that's pretty much the changes for option page 6. Is there any questions on option page 6, the way that we price, calculate, built on sites, any of those type of things?
So I'm looking at that New England barn with that overhang, and just a shout out to Dave. He's the one who invented the New England barn in the first place, and then overhangs. And then remember when we used to stain the pressure treated posts and how that didn't always work out?
Yeah.
Well, here we are. So shout out to Dave and John, for the way that looks today. I mean, that's coming a long way. Great job, guys.
Looks really nice. Okay, I think that pretty much does it for our option pages then. We've got a couple minutes left. So in the bottom right corner of your changes and addition sheets, there's some other line items. Well, the first one there just talks about sort of shed pricing in general. I don't know, Mike, do you want to say anything quickly about shed pricing for this year?
Yeah, in general.
Yeah, very general, yeah.
So if you're asking if prices went up or down, the answer is yes.
Exactly.
So in the I think the past 2 years, right, Kyle, we just sort of changed the date on our price sheets and
Copy and
and that
paste.
was the price, copy and paste.
Yep.
We normally have the formula set up where, you know, we change our costs and that impacts everything. And while going through that, the impact of that was some prices went up a little bit, down a little bit. The changes are minimal. Probably the biggest change is in the double wides. They went up, I don't know what the percentage is. Could have been close to 8 to 9% on the double wides. Now, everything else is, I say everything else. In general, the change is minimal.
Thank you for that, Mike. All right. I think one of the most exciting things about today is some of these new styles that we're coming out with. So you can flip in your binder. I'm going to say it's about 2/3 of the way back. We don't have like page numbers here exactly. But we actually, I'm sorry, it's about 1/3 of the way back at the studio. If we're going to go in chronological order here, or order. The Studio Luxe, we've already touched on that one, which of course is again to your left there. The Studio Luxe is basically taking a standard studio and just upgrading some aspects of it, changing some things about it, which is detailed at the bottom of that Studio Luxe price sheet. So the Studio Luxe does include an upgraded door. Instead of a double door, it is a sliding glass patio door like you see there. That's included. The studio awning that you see is included as part of the Studio Luxe. For windows, it does not come standard with slider windows. It does come standard with the casement windows that you see in that building. And then it also comes standard with the windows at the top exactly as you see it there. So the triangle windows in the end, the 16-inch high transoms across the front at the top there, those are all standard with the Studio Luxe. And then 2x6 rafters and 12-inch overhangs with raked soffits is also standard. Somebody else can explain those raked soffits better than I can, probably. Does somebody want to say what that means, what exactly that is, as opposed to a regular studio?
Yeah, so the raked soffits is, if you compare it against a garden shed, everything's flat. The soffits are up against the rafter, front and back, and gables. Everything lines up with each other. It's basically just like you put a hat on top and see what you found. I'm not sure if I should. Another thing that stands out on this is, if you notice, everything's a different color above the walls, basically. So you choose a color for the bottom, you choose a color for the top. And that's kind of the look we're after with this style.
It doesn't have to be done that way, but we can.
So the raked soffit is what again?
All the soffits are against the raft.
So the soffit is nailed directly to the rafter rather than like leveled off or whatever. Yeah.
Is there something here I can see that's not raked? Like this New England barn, is it not raked? Is there anything I can?
It's not raked.
The garden shed. Okay.
On the side, on the eave.
Oh, right. So if you look at the difference between that and that, that's what the raked soffit is.
You know, one thing, and I'm not sure if you mentioned this or not, I'm looking at that soffit. All finished interiors are going to included in the finished interior price is ventilation, roof ventilation. For example, you get a garden shed that's finished, it's going to have, and it has regular fiberglass insulation in the walls and ceiling. It's going to include soffit vents and ridge vent. Obviously in a studio there won't be a ridge vent, but you're going to get a soffit vent on both bottom and top sides. If you have a fully spray foamed finished or spray foamed interior, then you don't have any ventilation. because your ventilation serves as an air gap between the insulator and your roof sheathing. If you spray foam it, that doesn't exist. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Closed cell, it's a closed cell, right? You think about that.
So with spray foam, you don't want to have any venting. With fiberglass, you must have venting.
You will have.
Yeah.
Right, you must and you will. And we're saying that we will include that at no additional cost?
It's included in the interior, finished interior price.
Gotcha.
So there's no extra cost.
Okay, so it's included in the price of the finished interior.
Now, I would highly suggest you still mark it. Mark it on the
Sure,
order.
when you're ordering it, like, right, yeah, mark off, yep, soffit vent, ridge vent, roll ridge vent, yep. Okay. That's good. Studio Lux, any questions?
So I think we're not going to install that new overhang until it's delivered. Is that correct? So if I'm selling a 12 wide and that bumps it out to, is that going to bump me to a 14 wide, or is that going to be put on?
It should be installed on site if it's 12 wide. 10 wide we can haul
Okay.
as is.
So a 10 wide is going to get hauled as a 12 wide, but a 12 wide, we will haul it as a 12 wide and install it when we're finished. Okay. So we could, no additional charge on that.
Probably should have some on-site setup charge.
Okay, that'll be something we can look at as we go through next year. But, and on a 14 wide, we'll have that as well. It'll be put on later.
I'll just say this: if you're within if you're within a 2.5 hour drive of this place, whatever that is, zones 1 through 4 or 5, because it's a new style, and it's a fully assembled studio, let's include that overhang setup with the price, whether or not it's going to, because let's prime the pump here a little bit, right?
That's a dealer day Mike giveaway. There we go. Nice. I like it.
Just sell it and we'll get it there.
We will make it happen. Very nice. All right, Studio Lux questions. Any other questions on that building? Jake, I guess maybe could you tell us, like, when I look at that, that's a Studio Lux. Is there anything on the exterior of that building that is not included with a Studio Lux, except for the black sliding glass door?
And black windows.
And the black windows. Okay, so the black doors and windows are upgrades on there. Just the color is an upgrade.
And there's soffit lighting in the
And the lighting in the overhang.
What about the
Okay.
board and batten?
by default.
The board and batten?
You choose siding type.
Okay.
Yeah,
In that price.
yeah, yeah. Mhm. Yeah, you can get any siding type with the Studio Lux. Yeah. And we're not charging any extra for that split color in sort of in the roof structure there. So that is included in this price if you want to do it. Don't have to, but if you want to, again, like Jake said, it's kind of what we see as far as the style. Like that's what makes it cool. Part of what makes it cool is that split color. So we definitely recommend it. John. Mm-hmm. Yep. MirrorTech trim package is default or is included with vinyl siding. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. Mm-hmm. Okay, very good. Then we will move on. If you're flipping through your binder, just go a couple more pages, and we will get to the pool houses. And that's where we got some cool new stuff this year as well. You'll see your regular greenhouse page, and then you've got the garden combo greenhouse. So these combo greenhouses have grown exponentially for us year over year for the past 3 or 4 years, I believe. 2025 was definitely a very successful year for us for combo greenhouses. And we're finally at a place where we're able to put some price sheets together and kind of try to bring some more clarity as to what exactly are these combo greenhouses. So for 2026, we have basically 3 different styles of combo greenhouses that are named styles. You've got the garden combo, which as you can see on this sheet, it's a little bit different type of price sheet than we've ever done before. You can't just pick one price off of this page and there's your price. because these combos, just by nature of what they are, there's a lot of customizability to it. So you kind of have to choose what size enclosure do you want first, make that decision, pull that price, and then choose what greenhouse do you want, which we just have the atriums on here. We've done a few combos with A-frame or garden greenhouses on them, but they are definitely the minority, and where we definitely see the industry going is atriums. I mean, people want atriums on these combo greenhouses. That's what it is. So we have the atrium prices here. So you simply just put together the price of your shed, the price of your atrium, and that gets you your combo price. And then at the bottom of the page, it gives you more detail of like what exactly is included, and some of that sort of thing. We definitely recommend with all of these combos, the garden and colonial combos specifically, that the shed is normally 2 feet wider than the greenhouse. Doesn't have to be that way, but again, that's the commonality that we're seeing, is that most times it's like the colonial combo that's in the back there, where the atrium is a little bit narrower than what the shed would be. And also, the important part with these combos is that the greenhouse roof pitch is going to follow the roof pitch of the structure. So normally an atrium would not have a 10-12 roof pitch on it, like you see in the back there, but because it's part of a colonial combo greenhouse, that atrium pitch is going to go up to match the pitch of the shed. And that's normally what you're going to see with a combo, is we're going to be lifting up the pitch of the atrium to match what the shed is. I think I'm right in saying that. Normally the atrium is going to increase roof pitch, not flatten it, most times. Okay, sure. That would be kind of the only case in which it would come down a little bit. Yep. Yep. Okay. So yeah, we don't have a garden combo greenhouse on display in here. That's probably what we've done the most of, is a garden shed, atrium stuck together. Done a bunch of those. If you look on our social media, TikTok, whatnot, we've got all kinds of videos and pictures on the website. We've done quite a few of those. The colonial combo is gaining popularity, doing more of those. We have one of those here. So the garden and colonial combo price sheets are very similar in the way they operate, as far as putting those two prices together. So if you see the garden combo, flip the page, you'll see that colonial combo. Like I said, same concept. The porch combo is a little bit different. So the porch combo greenhouse is what you see over here with the avocado and the black. We don't have nearly as many sort of size combinations that we can do with those, and it looks good. So with this, we're saying this is a little bit more like a regular price sheet, in that there's just one price on this sheet, and that one price gets you this and this and this. So take, for example, that top left value, $10,832 for a 10 by 18 porch combo. Well, that 10 by 18 is the entire footprint of that building. And that 10 by 18 includes a 10 by 10 garden shed, plus a 6 by 8 atrium, plus a 4 by 8 porch with the pergola on top. So all of those aspects of the building are included in that base price. So does that make sense? Kind of the concept, the pricing concept between the garden and colonial combos and the porch combo are very different, just because of what those structures are. Garden and colonial combo, there's just a ton of different things you can do. The sizes, there was no way we could put all of those potential options on one price sheet. It would be literally 1,000 prices. However, with the porch combo, the guardrails are a lot closer. And it's intended, to be pretty much what you see. There's some size changes we can make, but not nearly as many possible options as a garden or colonial combo would have. Mike, Jake, anything that you think should be added to that before we open up for questions on these combos? To bring clarity, but not confuse with too much information.
So last year we had a couple examples, and this is more on a basic combo. For example, an A-frame, a regular SmartTech A-frame attaching an A-frame greenhouse, making it an A-frame combo. So the fascia on that, on a standard A-frame is, smart panel fascia. My recommendation there is when you sell something like that, put the MirrorTech trim package on it. And that's that's across the board. If somebody's ordering a building and you're like, I don't know, it's like buying a really nice sports car and getting plastic rims on it, right? Like, if you're gonna get a nice shed, let's put some nice trim on it.
Yeah.
And if it's one of those things where you feel like you're nickel and diming your customer, well, you know what? Just give them the MirrorTech trim package and tell Angie that you want it for free.
And she will definitely do that. Sometimes, she says. Okay, I did remember that I had some pictures of the combos as well. So again, just to bring a little bit more clarity in our minds, like, okay, garden combo greenhouse, colonial combo greenhouse, what exactly are these things? So this would be a garden combo. I think I have a couple pictures here of garden combos. That one has an optional reverse gable dormer on it, which we are seeing growing in popularity with these combos. Putting dormers on them of various sorts definitely seems to be a common theme through them. That would be a garden combo that has a transom dormer on, also pretty common. Again, another transom dormer, pretty common to see that. And then this would be a colonial combo greenhouse, which again, of course, we have one in the back there as well. And of course, porch combo we have over here. That's another picture of one. And again, that pretty much that setup that you see is the way a porch combo comes. Yep, another really nice picture of one that we did.
One of the things you're going to find with those combos is our porch combo is not like the combo everybody or a lot of others are building out there. You're going to find they're going to be less money from others, but they use this, I don't know, transparent A.B. Martin panel for the greenhouse side of it. So it looks like ribbed metal that's clear. And that's very different than using polycarbonate, for example. And if you want to educate your customer at all about that what do you call that? Is it a translucent panel? Is that what the translucent panel is? It's going to turn this not very nice yellow color in about 3 years, and it gets really hot. No insulation, it's just not the same. So you're going to see other buildings like this out there, but they are different. And it literally is the difference between buying a Honda Civic and a Mercedes. It really is that big of a difference. Nothing against Honda Civics.
That's right. They have their place. The insulative value of that A.B. Martin stuff wouldn't be anything compared to this, right? Like in the winter, to keep it warm, that stuff is that thick. Like it's not going to retain any heat compared to this. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Combo greenhouses. Questions? Anybody have any questions? Or did we explain it in total and in full? All right. Yes.
Just real quick, the garden combo, you've seen that up there a lot. That is one that we can deliver fully assembled. There was supposed to be a truck in here today. It actually was set up this morning, but there was an emergency, so they had to pull the trailer out. We're working on ways to be able to transport the colonials fully assembled. It's a low boy. We have a trailer ordered. It's coming. Mike can talk. We could maybe talk about this a little bit later in the day. But I just wanted to, you'll see the garden up there, and when we get requests from the Midwest, actually we shipped 2 of them to California now, fully assembled garden sheds could be hauled on a regular trailer. But we are working on the colonials as well. Right now, the colonials need additional work.
It's good.
No?
And
Mike's shaking his head no, but we actually do. We are working on a way that they won't have to.
We did.
Yeah, we did.
Tara, I think you sold 1 or 2 of them that we delivered fully assembled, like the one behind you, on a lowboy trailer, and we had really good results.
But just like anything, there's things to learn. I think access is something we really have to process and make sure we can get that trailer in, which is a little more difficult than other. There is some things around it that we'll have to keep our eyes open as we get into it more and more. All right, we're a little past 11 here, so we'll try to wrap up. I think the only other thing that's really important to note on our changes and addition sheet here is the siding type that we previously called LP Cedar Impressions siding. We are changing that for 2026 to be called Shake Lapp siding. And the reason we're changing that name is because the product itself is changing a little bit. LP actually manufactures a product that is intended to look like sort of quasi cedar shakes. I don't know, maybe one of you guys could explain it better than I could. But the stuff that we had in the past, we were actually taking 4x8 sheets and ripping it down ourselves and putting it on. And it kind of sort of looked like cedar shake, and it kind of sort of didn't. So we said, you know what? We're done with that now. We're not doing this like self-manufactured thing anymore. We're going to get the stuff from LP exactly in the form that it's intended to be put on the building. And that is what you see on this Bel Air pool house over here, is that Shake Lapp siding. So those are panels. Is that right? Do they come in like a certain length of panel?
So they come in 4 foot by 12-inch panels, right? So this is one of those things where in our core values, one of our core values around here is honesty. And it's not like we were lying chronically about our, cedar impression siding, right? I mean, it was a cedar impression, but what we realized is when we say, LP cedar impression siding, a customer could get the idea that, oh yeah, they go on the LP Corp's website and say, hey, yeah, this is what we got, and that's not what we were putting on there. So it is more money, but again, it's about getting the customer what they expect. So that was one of and the other reason, it does. So one of the ways you can tell, the building behind you, the little Craftsman. Notice how the grooves, like the widths vary. You see that? There's like
And you're talking that tan and brown building, right?
Yeah, just
shed?
the gable. Look at the gable, the bronze gable. You see a 10-inch width in there. There's a 5. There's you name it.
Looks like a hand split.
Yeah.
The old school.
Well, this is more yeah, sure. So it comes in 2 profiles, the straight and the staggered, and they're both the same price. Make sense?
So are we going to have a default that if it's not noted, it's going to be?
No, I think it should be marked,
It
whether it's
must be
staggered
noted.
or straight. Yeah,
Okay.
staggered or
So
straight.
that
You
would be
wanna
a change
clarify
from in the past. You could just put an order with cedar impressions. We knew what it meant. Now we need additional information. Is it straight or is it staggered?
it. Correct.
Okay. Yep.
And if there's anything else we're not being honest about, call Alan.
Okay, very good. I think we'll wrap it up with that. We're a couple minutes past, but we got through everything. And there will be more time to discuss as the day goes on. Thank you, everybody.
All right, thank you very much, Kyle. I'm glad Kyle does that, because if I would do that, yeah, we would be in trouble. Good job, Kyle. That's a lot to go over. That's the bulk of our morning. That's the hardest part, hopefully, of the morning. It's probably the most important part. It is the most important part. We get a lot of questions throughout the year, so But anyways, time for break. Let's do break, and it is 11:10, so we went over about 10 minutes. How about we come back at about, give me 11:45, let's be back here.
But we have lunch then, so don't.
Oh, I'm sorry, not 11:45. 15-minute break and be back here.
But don't.
I'll call everybody. Yeah, no, we're not eating yet. So take a 15-minute, get up, stretch, 11:25, let's get back here. Stretch and do your thing.
For this one, it's an 8x12 garden shed, and then it's an 10x12 greenhouse. So I wrote it up as a 10x24 garden shed combo. So just make sure that you specify what the shed style is and what the greenhouse style is, and then the size for both, so that you make sure it gets made correctly. And then the only other thing that I had was, please remember that all changes and incidental orders need to go to orders@lappstructures.com. When you send them to my email, which is angela@lappstructures.com, I don't prioritize that email. I prioritize the estimates in the orders email, so 9 times out of 10, there's a chance it could get missed for about a week because that email address is not really important when it comes to orders and changes and stuff. So please, if you could make sure that you send all changes and incidentals in all orders to orders@lappstructures.com. And that's all I had.
All right, so she hit a couple of really important things there. Please don't send changes to Angie's personal, not her personal, but her work email. She comes in sometimes Monday mornings and I see her inbox. It's 115 emails from the weekend. So if you wonder how your order got lost, if you didn't send it to orders@lappstructures.com, that is how. Angie just can't, she prioritizes that. They're jumping on that right away in the morning to make sure that, Monday morning or any other morning, to make sure that they get your changes and to make sure they get your orders. Yes, I've been thinking about that. We are there. We have added so many emails in the past 4 or 5 years that we are there. So I want to put that out in a dealer update in the next couple of weeks, and then I also want to throw it in the portal so that you guys have a copy of it that you can go to. Sure, we can actually do that. That's actually not a bad idea. John, where's John at? We'll do that. So orders@lappstructures.com is a very important email. So I'm going to go through some housekeeping items that I have here. If there's any questions, stop me. If I go too fast, just stop me. Just yell, jump, I don't care, dance, whatever. So I wanted to remind everybody, again, the estimates at Lapp Structures, and then can I swap seats with you right here? We have this thing called the web app. Hopefully most of the dealers are using it at this point. The web app, Lapp Structures web app, is something I've been working on for, I think it's almost 3 years. And we actually have a whole team working on it now. Kyle has come on board and has helped push this thing way and above and beyond what I ever thought it was going to be. But the Lapp Structures web app, what it is, and I'm going to pick on Scarborough Fair here. Steve was nice enough to let me pick on them a little bit. But I gotta swap here. Let me just get into there. Well, actually, I'm in there. So this is what it looks like if I'm in the dealer. What it would look like if you're Scarborough Fair, if you're in the dealer portal version of the web app. And it has some really cool stuff that's coming on board. We hope to eventually have all our pricing in here. We hope to have, there's a ton of things that we are working on having in here. We actually want to have what we call our method. We use method to sell our buildings. We're hoping to have a method replacement that someday maybe the dealer will be able to use. We're a little ways away from that. I would say maybe a year at least. But this is a communication tool for our shop. You can, as dealers, you can watch your buildings basically go through our process from when they get ordered to when Angie receives it, when it's processed, to when it gets sent out to the floor, when it goes through the floor, when it's actually done outside. You can watch that process. There's a whole bunch of things here that you can watch, and you can change the order of these that you want. But if you go like status, that you see your lead time there, it tells you estimated production time. It tells you right now this one that we received. If I scroll down here a little bit, you'll see processed, and then you'll see built and delivered. So if you click on any of these, and this is a bigger building that Scarborough sent in. On the left hand, your right hand, side, or your left-hand side, is the way the order was sent in from Scarborough. The one on the right is the way we wrote it up. It's a side-by-side comparison, and the reason we did that is because a lot of times these buildings get sent out, or you guys write them up, and when I was a salesperson at Quakertown and write up these complicated orders and all my scribble, I used to always wonder, I wonder how the shop interpreted that. Did they know what I meant? So once this goes in as process and we get the work order up, you guys can actually look at these side by side to see what you wrote up versus what we wrote up and compare them and find mistakes. That's the time to find mistakes. Not when it's on the floor, not when it's delivered to your customer. You can look at these. And we are working on a way to alert you, but for now you got to go in there and just look at the web app and see which buildings are in process. So, and then if it has drawings on it, it's also, this is the way it gets sent out to the shop. The shop has, each bay has screens that they're looking at the same thing. So they can draw up, if they have questions, they can draw up and look at it and say, wait a minute, I'm not quite sure if I'm clear on this. They can look at the drawings. There's a whole bunch of stuff that the shop can look at as well. A couple of the other things that's coming, right now we're working on production scheduling. And this is, okay, this is me as Scarborough Fair, a dealer looking. You can look and see when the loads are scheduled, when the buildings are actually coming. And I know it's probably a little bit hard to see back there, but these are statuses. If you see this truck here and it's green, that means that was loaded. This one has not been loaded yet. But as soon as they get loaded on the forklift, Leroy clicks a button and they show loaded. So if you're looking at your calendar, on the dispatch calendar, and you're wondering, okay, I'm getting a load on the 22nd, you can actually look what's all on that load before it even leaves the shop. So if you know you're getting a load that morning, it's on the schedule, you look on the schedule and you go, okay, I'm getting these 4 buildings. You can actually click right there, see the building. See which one it is. Okay, I'm getting these 4 buildings today, getting this Highborn today. So you should know. And once this turns green, it means it's loaded, and Leroy, or the big load, is on the road heading your way. See, this one here is not highlighted yet, so that's the 28th, that's not loaded yet. So that's a really cool thing that's coming out with dispatch. We've been working on that. It should get more and more accurate as we go through the year. I think this is going to be a really cool tool. The guys in the shop use it a lot. But let me just go back to the dash, or to the production scheduling. If you look in here, you should actually see the statuses as they come through. Let me just process built delivered. You can look at all your delivered buildings. There's a ton of stuff under the dashboard. I'm not going to click on the dashboard because this is Scarborough Fair's information, but you can get on the dashboard. You can see how many buildings you did with us last month, last year, your number, your dollar amount. You can track all that stuff in the dashboard. So if you're not in the web app, send me an email. I need a email address and a password. The password has to have a couple unique characters in it, and I'll send it back to you if it doesn't work. You send that to me, you should get an email saying you have access to the portal. And you can have as many accounts as you want. If you want each one of your salespeople to have their own account, that's fine. Or you can just have one company one as well. I think everybody has their own. So there's a bunch of things you can do, but we've been using this tool and it's been really cool. Hopefully this will be the future of Dealer Portal. Is there any questions on the web app? Okay, if you're not signed up, let me know and I'll sign you up. Okay, so I'm going to go through a couple of my notes I made while I was sitting back there. And they're probably not going to be in order because I was scribbling. But we are a custom company, and just listening to Kyle go through all those pricing, I'm like, wow, this is just complicated. And I know it can be, and it's hard to train new people. But I'm telling you, the work that he does in those pricing sheets, I forget half the stuff, and people will call me, and I got to ask one of the other guys, and I'm like, it's right in the sheets. So I encourage you to take those books back, look at them, and actually know what's in those books. Because I bet you about 50% of the questions we get, and listen, we don't mind answering questions. I actually love when somebody calls me and I know the question. But a lot of times it's in your book. So read that book, look at that book. There's a lot of stuff in there. We're a custom company. We don't plan on changing that. We love it. We're going to keep stretching, and pricing is going to be an issue. There's just so much. But we do have estimates at lappstructures.com. And again, this is another email that I need to put on the list that you guys can remember. If you guys can shoot estimates at lappstructures.com, an email, and say, hey, look, I need pricing on this. We'll try to get back to you within what, Anthony? Down there? Huh? He said, Anthony says right away. I say within, we're going to try 24 hours. Like, so, and there's one thing if you ask questions, it's another if you give us a complicated quote. Some of those quotes, we have to reach out to our vendors and check what those prices are going to be. We're going to be working with Gideon. Gideon is ordering a lot of that stuff. He knows the pricing, but so give us some grace there, but we're going to try to get back to you within 24 hours on the estimates. But some of these estimates, Midwest, long hauls, stuff like that, it takes a while, but so work with us. So estimates is another email you need to remember, estimates at Lapp Structures. Please route all your questions when you're working on estimates, route it through that. We'll try to get back to you. I talked a little bit about hauling colonials on the lowboy. We were supposed to have a truck and trailer pulled in here. We actually had it pulled in here on Saturday with that colonial on the lowboy. What that means is we can now haul the colonial fully assembled, and it's not too high. So it goes on a lowboy trailer. If you know what a lowboy trailer is, a drop-down trailer. We have one on order. We were hoping to have it here. Lapp Structures is buying their own trailer. We're not going to. Leon's not going to haul it with his little F450. We have Gary Miller and we have EJ Transport, some guys that we're working with that can haul these big loads that are going to be able to use our lowboy. The lowboy is going to be one of those trailers it's very unique. It has steering axles on the back, but the biggest thing for us right now, we've been experimenting with it. I think we did at least 5 or 6 of them. We're finding out when you have a big tractor trailer pulling into a development, you need to make sure you have access. What we're doing is the building gets most times we do site checks on all our buildings like that. So Anthony might go out and do a site check. We figure out, okay, this is a lowboy candidate. We go back out and do another site check after the pad is done and make sure that our truck drivers have room to get there. And the way this looks is they're on the street. They need a place to be able to get on the street and separate the truck from the lowboy and pull the shed off the lowboy and mule the unit in. So it takes some room. There's some challenges. We'll work through that with you. If you think you are a candidate, we'll actually look at your colonial when you deliver it. Here's the thing. There's not going to be a price difference on whether we build the roof on site or it's delivered by the lowboy. Same price for now. So we're going to be kind of experimenting with your buildings as we go, and we'll be doing some of the site checks. Any questions on that? All right. The structure here at the front office, or I say the front office, here at Lapp's has changed a little bit this year. Dave got so crazy busy doing on-site project managing that he could hardly be here anymore, and he's gone all the time, so that we put some things in place. Dave is now, he is an on-site project manager for all our big jobs, and they're doing an amazing job. You heard Mike say this earlier. I'm just amazed at some of the structures that these guys are building and the way they're getting them done. From here, it's all across the Northeast. So Dave's busy out on the road doing that. Gideon is now our production manager and is here at the main office all the time. So that if the guys have questions, that he's here. So, and Gideon's been doing an amazing job at scheduling on the web app. It's just the last 4 or 5 months, it's been really cool to watch. Buildings come out on time. We don't have drivers sitting out there waiting. Sheds aren't freezing. They're actually done in time. So, and the web app is really helping with that. So Gideon's doing a lot of that. And Val is, Val, where are you at? Val is over here to the right. She's helping Dave with on-site scheduling. Dave, again, when you're on the road, I figured this out pretty quick when I was dispatching and trying to do sales. When you're on the road and you're distracted, it's really hard to do scheduling and communicate with the customers. So Val has been doing a really good job of communicating with our customers, and she lets them know right after the building is ordered what their estimated build time is, and then she's also, as they get closer, she's reaching out to them and working with them to make sure they have their pads done and getting them in line. Because right now, the big jobs, on-site jobs, You know, we're pushing 20-week lead times. And with this snow and this weather, it's gonna hold us up. We're gonna go into the spring with crazy long lead times on some of these builds. But here's the thing, most customers aren't ready. It takes a while to get permitting, it takes a while to get the pads in. So Val has been doing an amazing job of communicating with that. So if you have questions on the on-site jobs, you can call Val. She'll work with Dave on the schedule. Angie and Anthony are your dealer support people. Angie is sitting here, Anthony's on the end here. They're the people you want to reach out to for your dealer support. I know Reels, you've been reaching out to Anthony a lot. Thank you very much for that. Site checks in your area, help on pricing. You know, just call Anthony and he'll help you out. Call Angie, send her an email. Angie is work order management. Gideon is our production manager. John's is still drawings. Drawings is another one where we get hung up a little bit. I know when I was in sales, man, I wanted my drawings by the end of the day or next day. And it just, with the complicated buildings that we're doing, drawings has become a beast. And it takes a while to get some of these things done. So, you know, we're trying to do 1 to 2 weeks right now, but be patient, especially on your complicated buildings. I will know this, I know John good enough to know that the harder you push him, you probably ain't gonna be the first in line. So he's doing his best. And we got windows and doors, we gotta make sure that we have it right. So it takes a while to get these things done. We are trying to get him some help. Anthony Chrissy's son is going through school in Pitt. He's getting his engineering degree. He has been helping John some, and hopefully this summer he could be here and helping him again as well. Try to keep those drawing lead times down. All right. Ordering is also Gideon and Leroy. Leroy's back here. Leroy does a lot. We have an office outside the door here now where Gideon and Alan Eversole is helping him as well. We're doing way more. I would say, like, we're doing more ordering. We're not ordering bulk as much anymore because we have so much custom stuff. But these guys are on it and they can get it in time. So they do. I just love the way that we're kind of downsizing our inventory, but ordering more different stuff. But it's very important that if you do have custom windows, black windows get us all the time. It's going to be 6 to 8 week lead time. So when you put those orders in, make sure you have what you need. Please don't call Dave if possible on pricing or shed extras. I know in the past, I was one of these that my default was I was at Quakertown, I'm working, I got a question I don't know, call Dave. That's not necessarily the way to go anymore. Please try to go through orders@lappstructures.com for that stuff or estimates, ask those questions. Gid is here, he's at his desk. You could email him direct. It's Gideon@lappstructures.com or Angie@lappstructures.com. I would prefer that you go through Angie first. If she can't get back to you, you need to go to Gid, that's fine. Gideon does have a desk phone, and if you want to write this down, I was tempted not to give you guys this, but this is a direct line to him. It's 717-314-5605. If you didn't write it down and you need it, reach out to me. That'll get you directly to Gid. And if you have a work order management issue, if you have a change that whatever you have a question on, you can call him. Here's the thing. If it doesn't come through orders@lappstructures, if your change order doesn't come through orders@lappstructures.com, we're going to say we didn't receive it. If you call one of us, you call Dave, you call me, and we forget to put it in, it's on us, but it's also on you. It needs to be put in, even if we say, yeah, we got it. I want you guys to really, really be picky with that, because with the web app, that change order goes on there. It does not get forgotten. It gets pushed out to the shop. They see it. The way they communicate with this thing, it's incredible. If you would see the list in the production, when they're out there, they have notes fields that they look at, and they're constantly communicating with that. All right, I'm almost done. I did want to mention that Haley Paint is here. Oh, go ahead. Are there changes, do we charge for change orders at a certain time? Loaded question. I don't want to do that. Yeah. I don't want to do that. I know there's companies that do that. I would rather not do that, and at this point, we're not doing it. But I will say this. If you put an order in and we order these windows and doors, custom windows and doors, it can be over $10,000 for some of these buildings. And you make a change halfway through that order, and we can no longer use those doors and windows. You're probably going to hear from us, and we're probably going to ask for some help. Yeah, simple change order. No, we don't change. And we half of the lead time. So half of the lead time you have to make your changes. And listen, we get it. We get it. There's last minute changes. Pad gets put in. Now the door's got to be changed around. We get that. If you want to, again, that's where you get a hold of Angie right away. Ask her, can we change it? Look on the web app. Is it in production yet? If it's in production, if it's marked in production, that building's getting built and it's coming through there. And a lot of times you don't have more than, I mean, we built around, we average about 8 to 10 buildings a day, so it's coming through. So you don't have time, you don't have time to make it. But if we can stop it and we'll change the door, we might do that. So last minute.
That screen you showed up there, the three dots, like three green. So if it's on one green, is that time enough for a simple change order? Like different shingles on the roof?
Yeah, if it's processed, yeah. If it's still under process, you still got time. But again, if you need to, like that's where, if it's getting close, you're past your half of your lead time already, I would probably put a call into Ange or an email into Ange and ask her if she can change that. All right, I did want to mention this before I forget it. Haley Paint, Elena is here. She's in the back right there. That is Haley Paint. So if you have questions, talk to her about paint. If you want to know about warranty on paint, she's all things paint. We use Haley Paint for almost all our stuff. So you can talk to her during lunch or afterwards. Talk to her. Thank you, Elena, for coming, for Haley Paint, for all they do for us. And then Site Preps is over here, set up on the right side. Your lunch break, you can talk to Site Preps. Site Preps does almost all our pads. Retail, they do all our pads. They do a lot of our concrete floors. Great crew to work for or work with. Great team. They treat our customers very well. We never get complaints about their pads, or barely ever get complaints from their pads. So if you're a dealer and you're looking for somebody to do site prep for your companies, reach out to Site Preps. They have a huge area they cover on the Northeast. They go all the way up into Connecticut, New York. They've been doing our Pocono stuff, so they're really good at doing concrete pads. A lot of times when they do our concrete pads, our buildings fit, they're level, and that's huge for when you're selling these big 2-stories. So talk to Site Preps if you have any interest there. I'm going to finish up by just, again, strongly, we're going to strictly enforce all orders and changes go to orders@lappstructures.com this year. I can't stress that enough. Send it into orders. If it doesn't get sent in, we can't put it on the web app. If it's not on the web app, there's no record. So if you call me, Dave, Ange, and it's just a phone call, we're not going to remember it probably. We're going to forget it. Somebody's going to forget it. Something's going to get missed. So it's almost lunchtime, and I want to finish up with this. Price increase that they went over today, we are looking at March 15th for both retail and wholesale. So retail and wholesale pricing should go into effect March 15th this year. Anything I missed, Ange? Yeah. Anthony. Dave. All right. So, but Gid brought up another little bit of a pain point throughout the last year is drawings. So you send your drawings into John. He writes up he puts up a nice drawing, beautiful drawing. Yeah, you send it to drawings. You send it to drawings, and it gets sent back to you. You make some changes, go back to John, back and forth, and you guys make changes. Now we got 2 or 3 copies of those drawings. We need the latest drawing, not the first one. We need the last one. And don't assume, or it's not going to happen. John is not going to send those drawings to us. That is between drawings and you. When you have your most recent drawing, it needs to be sent to orders@lappstructures.com. I can't stress that enough. It needs to be sent to orders@lappstructures, your drawings with your work order. And listen, guys, we're doing custom buildings. There's going to be changes, and you might have 5 copies of those drawings. And the worst thing we can do is have that second or third drawing, and it goes out to the shop, because that's how it's going to get made. Go ahead, John.
It's nice if the customer ends up signing and changing the drawing.
Yeah.
So if the customer approves,
Yeah. what we do here at the shop is, at the retail team here is, we actually get our customers to sign the latest drawing with a date on it, accepting those. So that if we get out there, we're building that, and they get halfway through the building, the customer's like, that's not what I ordered. Well, that's what you signed off for here. You looked at the drawing, you signed off. So a little bit of meat there, so. Anything else? All right, Malin, are you ready? Okay, 11:55. Did you see that? 11:55, I'm right on the button. All right, so we're ready to eat lunch. Dave, do you mind having the prayer for lunch? Give him the, yeah. Okay, okay. Start on this end, 2 lines, go on both sides, so we can keep it moving. We're gonna break for lunch, and we're gonna have about, so we're at 11:45. So let's get back around a little after 1, and we'll finish up and get everybody home on this cold, cold day. Okay. All right, so behind the curtain, around there. All right, Dave, you want to pray for our lunch?
Okay, are we ready? Thanks everybody for coming out. We're going to have a word of prayer, and then we'll eat. I'm sure everybody's hungry, so let's pray. Father, we thank you for this afternoon. Lord, we just thank you for each person here. We just pray a blessing upon them, Lord, and we just pray a blessing upon the food and those that prepared it, Lord. We just want to thank you for a blessing for that we have. Pray we use it in honor and glory to your name, Lord, and we just pray we have a good afternoon in fellowship and time with each other. Pray a hedge of protection around each one of us as we leave this place this afternoon. Pray for your safety and protection. And we just pray, Lord, as we go forth in this day, that we just live every day in honor and glory to you. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
All right, go get food. Oh, yeah. Guests first, please. So don't wait around for our guys, because they're waiting around for you. So if your guests here,
the guest one, the LS guest.
Yeah, it's in the audience, and I tried to. The Bluetooth's not even on. I don't know what.
Oh boy.
Yeah,
That's
it's a little complicated.
Here. Make it easy. That's like one of the passwords my son would make. He's in cybersecurity.
Oh, yeah. Once it's been changed.
No?
Hey, Con, do you know what the new, what's the
Guest password.
password for the Wi-Fi?
Yeah, I can type it in.
I thought it was still that encrypted
It's
laptop.
the
It is,
guest
but it's
one.
just spelled weird.
Okay.
All right, thank you everybody for taking your seats. What I want to talk about today a little bit is sort of go over the history of our company. I know I shared it at our employee banquet last Christmas, but I'm going to go through our history and sort of walk through our vision, our purpose statements. So, how many of you know the story on how our business got started in the 80s? I mean, I know the employees know it now, but yeah, Tara, you know it. So, you know it. All right. So I'll do the quick version there, but basically the way the business was founded, my dad was a hog farmer, and him and mom couldn't pay the feed bill one year, and they bought a market stand to help pay for the feed bill. It was like $29,000 or something, a lot of money, right? And the ice cream stand at Zern's Farmers Market paid the feed bill, and what went from there, so it kind of went like this. It went from ice cream to lawn furniture, play sets, indoor furniture, produce. That was the worst part, growing produce and picking strawberries and stuff like that. Eventually led to sheds. And while I always want to remember that, the reason I want to remember that is the reason we are in sheds, the big reason is my dad was really good at listening to his customers, so he was listening to a need. He was selling these other things, and people kept coming to him about storage sheds. There weren't many people making them in the 70s and 80s, and he kept recommending them to his friends who were making sheds at the time. There might have been 4 or 5 companies around in the 80s, so he started making sheds just based on what his customers were asking him. You know, he'd build them a swing set, a gazebo, or a piece of lawn furniture, and they wanted a shed. Now to make shed. Well, he started making sheds. About 2 years into it, he told me this way later. He was wishing he would have never started the shed business. He's like, this is hard. He bought a piece of property and put a pole building up, and Dave was the second employee? Something like that, yeah. And it was, winters, there just wasn't a lot of work and trying to get things started. So then, that was probably around 1990 when he felt just like, wow, what am I doing? Why am I in the shed business? I should have stuck to ice cream and picnic tables, I guess. And 3 years later, he said, I was really glad I did. And business is like that, isn't it? When you start something new, whether it's a new business, a new idea, a new style, a new shed, it takes a couple of years before the product gets out there, the awareness is there, and it just takes a while. The whole pipeline. You want to generate leads, there's the sales process, you guys know about that, and then you got to manufacture and deliver. So that all takes time to set up. So so that was around 93, 94. It started, really picking up. Things were looking up. Things were going good. Around 2002, he said to me, he said, well, I want to either sell the business or, I want you to partner with me. And Dave was part of that conversation too. So he didn't sell the business. We partnered with my dad around 2002, 2003. And I remember one day my dad sat down had a meeting with me in our old conference room, and he asked me, he's like, what's your vision for the company? What do you want to do? And around that time, I started, I built a website. And you gotta remember, this is when the internet wasn't a thing. It was becoming a thing, but it wasn't really something that was that popular. It was up and coming, obviously, but so I got somebody to build a website for me to sell things like gazebos and sheds, right? And I spent $22,000 on marketing. I made around $20,000 one year, and I put all the money back into marketing, and it was just a complete flop. The marketing was it didn't work. I went to a marketing company and yeah, I can market this for you. Yeah, I gave, and it was in these magazines, it was like paper advertising for our website. It didn't work. So my dad said, hey, what's your vision for the company? I'm like, well, I think, our dealers, great bunch of dealers, most of you, were not part of were not with us then, but I saw that some of our dealers were getting older and knew that they were going to retire and so on, and they did, and I just saw things changing there, and I said this to him, well, we're going to have to either grow our own retail base or some kind of partnership with our dealers as they either close their doors, sell, or something. So, okay. He said, all right. He's like, well, we need to make money, and the guys in the shop need to have work. We're not laying anybody off. Yeah, I can do that. And as I'm saying it, I'm like, yeah, pretty sure I can do that. Yeah. But no, I had a high level of confidence. Things were already going well, so it's not like, So I told him, yeah, we can do that. And what happened then was we lost a couple of bigger dealers because we were getting undercut with pricing and that kind of thing. And our sales actually dropped for a couple of years, but we still made money and we all had work. And then 2008 came around, and it really took a nosedive, which was kind of that was sort of a different event. That was different than just going in a different direction. That was that affected everybody. And that forced us to become more creative. It forced us, and I just took it upon ourselves, look, we got to add value. They need a reason to be, or to want to buy our sheds versus others. Nothing against anybody else's quality, but 2x4 is a 2x4, right? So, again, it came back to the foundation, listen to your customers. And as we listen to our customers, this is what you get right here. This is 25 years of compounded creativity and listening to our customers, our team listening to our customers. And I find the common thread with all you salespeople is when you come through requesting a quote, and we're like, yeah, no, that's a little bit, we're not the best ones for that. You never take no for an answer, and that's awesome. Tanya and Tara were working on a job down in Virginia Beach, Horntown, Virginia. And Tanya's like, no, we're doing this. I'm like, no, we're not. Yeah, we are. No, you know. And then Dave never says no either. So we get this job that looks like a house down in Virginia. And everybody did a great job. You know, the shop did a great job on site. You know, the whole way through, sales to admin to production, the communication was there. But it doesn't come free and it's not easy. Around 2005, it started to become popular in this area anyway, to like, okay, Mike, you need a vision statement, you need a purpose statement, all this. I go, what's that? So I used to think about that a lot, and I never was comfortable with, like, so the question was, why does Lapp Structures exist? And I'm like, well, we make sheds for people. And we want to make money because I want to eat and sleep and have clothes to wear and a place to live. Yeah, but it's deeper than that. Okay? It took me 15 years to come up with something that I was comfortable with. Because the obvious stuff is like, you know, we say all the cheesy stuff, to do this or that because, you know, say all the nice things. But the one that finally landed with me when I was sitting in my office one day, and this is true and I believe this, is Lapp Structures exists to align with God's plan for people to work together. Okay, so what is that? Well, I'm not sure what it all is, but we know some things that it is. When God is present, well, what are some things that are in the environment? You know, what are some of the things about God's presence? Typically, there's peace. Whether you're having a hard time or not, there's peace from within, right? Even when we don't deserve it or don't even always like feel it, right? But there's peace there. And God's, you know, to align with God's plan. So how was, you know, what is the original design? I don't know, but I know some things that it's order. It's love. You know, you can go down the list. Even in the middle of chaos and miscommunication and all our weaknesses we have between each other, all this, but God's plan still has a plan for people to work together despite our differences, the way we think, our giftings, and the whole bit, right? Our mission, and this is important for us. This is what we owe you. This is my responsibility. This is what we need to live out because we are in business and people work here because we need to make money. Is money the most important thing in the world? No, but it's important. And if you ignore it, it's going to need an unhealthy priority in your life. Because every one of us in this room could probably say, I've had money and I've not had money. I'd rather have it. Right? And I don't think God made gold for the devil. You know? But it has its place, right? But we owe you something. You didn't come down here just to hear me say some nice things that feel good. That's fine, I guess. But we owe you. This is what we owe you. To design structures that inspire. That's what we do. That's what we owe you. That helps you sell sheds, Steve. Some of them are not that creative, doesn't matter. We are creative and we owe that to you. That's my challenge, that's my accountability. And it's the thing of like some things work and some things don't. But we're going to try, over and over again. Our vision, this is a little harder sometimes, but like vision can be a couple different things. It can be like, okay, what do I see across the horizon? What I see coming, it's like the future, right? Or what is your goal? So when you look at what we do, isn't it great when you sell a building, a structure to a customer, and you hear and you feel how that customer values what you helped them design, you sold it to them. And isn't that fun? You know, their property comes to life. It brings people together on their property, right? So, to create dream spaces for people to come together in a simple, meaningful way. I mean, there's a lot more you could say, but that's kind of the way it is, right? We add value to your backyard. And when a customer values what you have to offer, that feels good. It feels right. And the big one now, and this is the way we live out these things, our company values. 4 words. And I think in this order: honesty, quality, relationships, and humility. So, honesty is be honest with others and yourself, right? The thing with these core values is we're not always going to get them right. I know I'm not, right? We're not always going to just nail it, and that's the thing. We can attempt, and we probably need to hold each other accountable, but this is the ultimate accountability right here. Am I honest with myself and with others? One of my convictions is that if there's an opportunity for somebody to misunderstand me, and I know it, and I'm doing it to benefit me, that's an honesty thing within my heart. Hey, like, LP cedar impression siding, for example. If you look at it, it's like, yes, it is a cedar impression. But I know we do that long enough, somebody is going to say that's not, and even if they don't, it's not the real. And at the time, I didn't think about it at all. It's just that, well, this is our cedar impression, and it's fine. But that's just an example of the many things that, when it comes to honesty, to do what we say, whether I could help it or not. Like when, sometimes on my calendar, there's something on there, like have an appointment or whatever, and it's not that important to me, and I don't really, whatever, and I miss it. Well, I didn't do what I said I was going to do. Now, did I purposefully lie? No, that's not what we're talking about. We're just an honesty with myself, right? Do what you say you're going to do. And mistakes happen. Hey, my truck breaks down and I'm not there on time. It doesn't matter. I wasn't there on time. It's okay. But again, honesty with myself and others. Quality. This we owe our customers all the time. Somebody spends their hard-earned dollars on our products. We owe them quality. That's what we owe them. And what is quality? Is design and build with excellence. Again, that's our mission, right? The result, we want our customers to experience the quality that, the best of our ability. Relationships, so important, so important. And people are different in relationships as well. Some people want a lot of friends, some a little, and anything in between. But our definition of relationships is help others succeed. And I added this one not too long ago, humility. And all of these are like, well, obviously you want to have that to have a successful business. And that's the point. They're obvious, but they're impossible to uphold 100% of the time. We're just not that good. But it's the ultimate accountability, right? So humility is value others, and maybe even more importantly, humility is being your God-created self. Now, not in the negative connotation, selfish, that's different. Like we all are a person, a human being, and we are created a certain way. If we look down upon ourselves, that's not godly or humble either. That's actually proud and if you lift yourself above others, it's the same thing. But to be your God-created self, to me, is one of the best definitions of humility. You're being your God-created self. That's our purpose statement, our company values, and if you're with us long enough, you'll figure out that, boy, Laps isn't living up to their core values today. You're probably right. Send me an email. No, don't send me an email. Call me. I heard one of the more profound quotes the other week. And this guy said, don't try to solve difficult problems via email or text. Talk to the person. Yeah. So anyway, we value your time. We're going to move on to the next thing that we have here. But thank you for listening. Thank you for your patience, your business. We value, first of all, each one of you as people. Your relationships are valued here. And we want to continue listening to you as you listen to your customers. But we appreciate you very much. And I hope you have the best 2026.
All right, thanks, Mike. All right, we're going to get ready to move into the next agenda. Before we do that, before I turn it over to Anthony, Anthony is our sales manager, and that means sales manager over wholesale and retail. So if you're a dealer here today and haven't connected with Anthony yet, make sure you do that before you leave. Anthony is great to talk to. I know Reels has been using him a lot. If you want to talk to somebody about displays, doing site checks, anything like that, make sure you talk to Anthony. He's going to have a little bit of a talk here. Before I forget it, there is some samples over here, some leftover stuff that we had from the last couple of years. I'd love to get rid of it, take as much of it as you want. There is some of these here. We like to use these on our counters, and I get it. The Lapp Structures logo is on it. Sorry, I didn't get any without the Lapp Structures logo. But if you want to take one of these, just cover the Lapp Structures logo. These are great to have. These are great to have on your desk when customers walk in. Our salespeople love them. It's a quick glance over of the designs. I have some of them back here. Take one along if you want. And then there's some other samples back here. We have some of these samples back here as well for the flooring. There's some paint samples back here. So feel free to take that stuff home. I'd love to not put it back in the storage room again, drag it back out next year. If you need samples, I know somebody else had talked about earlier about the garage doors. Please send an email to orders@lappstructures.com. They would love to get that in your shed next building coming out. We'll order those, and they'll show up at your place. All right, so without further delay, Anthony, it is yours.
Okay, is this working? Yeah. Okay. Now you can't hear me. Normally I'd stand up, but he informed me that I have really small ears, so this thing is really barely hanging on my head. So besides having this humongous head, so I am going to sit down for this, if that's okay. I don't think I know everybody here, but my name is Anthony Chrissy. My family, my dad and Mike's dad, we were Lapp's first dealer in 1987. So next year we'll be in the business 40 years. For 20, almost 30 years of it, we had our own company just like a lot of you. You know, we were a dealer with my mom and dad, my sister, my niece, and about 10 years ago, Lapp's bought us out, and I've been here ever since. So I've seen the ins and outs and everything from when we first started, just the way sales have changed now in the last 10, 15 years. I'm no way a public speaker. I don't even like doing this, like just something like that. But seeing the different sales over the years has really been something. When we first started out, it was a mini barn, an A-frame, and a Quaker. Somebody would come in with $1,000 and be like, I just need something for my bike. They didn't have any dreams about anything. They just wanted to throw something in their backyard You get $100 and or $1,000, you walk away super happy. We'd had weeks that we'd say, oh, we did $900 this week, or we did $1,400, and just thought that was the top of the world. Because this was 1990 and we had cash, we can figure out the tax. And it was a whole different world than it is today. What sales is today is not about pressure. Back then, it was you were a salesperson. Someone came in, it was almost like when you think of a used car salesman today, that you would, my thinking back then was they have my money in their pocket and I want it back. So I always used to push that I want to get their money, I want to get their money. It didn't matter about what they, really what they wanted. And nowadays, it's not about that. I mean, you can have a tiny bit of pressure, but you have to do it from a standpoint of their dream. It's really nowadays about understanding, trust, and value. That's what the whole game is. I mean, because these things really do sell themselves. It's not like from 30 years ago when you were just thinking where you're going to put your wheelbarrow. Now people want an office, they want a pool house. They want to build these for their family to have for the next 30, 40, 50 years. And that's why when they come in, we should be more of a guide to them. We're there to guide them, not really sell to them. They're going to come in, they're going to have some ideas, and that's really what's changed the reality of sales, that customers are so informed. Years ago, they're like, I just want a shed, I don't care what it is. But now they can look online, they can look at websites, they can look at our competition, they can look at those doors, they can look up everything. So when they come in, you've got about 60 to 70% of people know what they're looking for or know what area they're looking at. I want a pool house, I want to put an office there, I want to have a gym. And that's where we kind of step in and we have to really help them and guide them through that. And it's not about persuasion. It's not like you definitely need this for your gym set. You want to build trust with them. Ask questions. What are you looking for? How can I help you? You don't want to just push them into something. Oh, I have this old shed. Let's try to get this out of here. And so we try to sucker somebody into buying anything. Those things don't work anymore. Now it's all about your experience. And that can even beat price. I mean, it used to really be about the bottom dollar. And people still bring that up, the bottom dollar. They'll come in, I only have this much. But the more you explain everything to them and you really talk them into that, that seems to go away with most people. I'm not saying not everybody, but you're still going to have that couple of people that only cash matters, and these are sales techniques that work for me. This may not be for everybody, but I see what's been working for us the last 10 years anyway, and the way it really has been working for most of our great lots, like Quakertown, even Reels. I mean, what we're talking to people now is about their dreams and getting them in there, and then it really does work way more than any type of persuasion or that old-time sales logic. Sorry, I got a bunch of notes here.
Andy, let me interrupt you a little bit. So before Riri's is getting ready to go out the door, so it's gonna get a little chilly, a little bit loud. Right in time, door's going up. So if you're, go get a little chilly, a little bit loud, but I think we'll be able to power through it. They're gonna get their trailer out. We don't want to hold them up. They have a food truck. They need to make money as well, so they're gonna go out the door. Go ahead.
Ready? Okay, like I said before, nowadays, salesmen, we're not salespeople as much as consultants. We should solve problems, not push products. If someone comes in, really talk to them about what they're feeling, what they're looking for. Get involved with them. Don't tell them what to do, ask them, and build a relationship with them. I know like when someone comes in, I don't bring up my own personal, anything about myself. I talk to the customer. Oh, what are you're looking for a pool. Now, would you rather have a bar, or are you looking more to lay out on a patio? Are you looking for a studio, for an office, for a gym? Really start building that relationship and know that they have trust. Be available. Be available 100% of the time. I work with most of you, and if you call me, if I don't answer, I usually call back in about 5 minutes. We're in sales. We have to do that. I'm really working on some of us to get estimates back sooner. I know, well, I'm not looking at you, but that's a key point. You don't want someone to come in there and be like, well, let me get back to you on this. You want to get that emotion going, and then you can sell the product. If you don't know what you're talking about, or you say, oh, well, let me think about this, or let me call somebody, which is fine, but you need that answer right away. You don't want them leaving without as much knowledge as you have. Learn this product. I mean, everything's in these books, and you really should be able to walk it through and guide your customer into exactly what type of a dream building they're looking for. People will buy from people they trust. And you do have to read the people a lot of times, match their tone. If someone comes in, they're afraid of salespeople, don't push the sales, to talk to them, how are you today? And you can tell, some people just want to get in and out, that's fine, you can do that. But ask as many questions as possible. Be generally curious about what they're looking for. It's not small talk, you're gonna know an emotional alignment with the customer. What do you really look for? Tell me, like, what's your objective? Oh, my wife wants this, I want that. And then you can really start to build that emotional connection. And that will get you 10 times more sale than anything else. You could try to push all day long, but that emotional connection, I see it with Jared at Quakertown, someone comes in, he's a diehard Eagles fan, they could be a Giants fan, he's not gonna sit there and say, get out. He'll talk to them about the Eagles, for that moment, he's buying an Eagles fan. And that's where you wanna get on that emotional level, and then they'll trust, then they start to build that trust with you. Because we're all good people, we're all doing this for the right reasons, but that whole conception of a salesperson is a hard thing. It's like a contractor. A lot of people, we have to build that trust up really quick because there is a lot of salespeople that they think are just trying to sell you a used car. A lot of contractors that don't fulfill what they're gonna do, and that's not us. So we do have a little bit of a hurdle to do that in the beginning, and you only have so much time to build that. Asking questions, I mentioned that a little bit earlier. Open-ended questions. Why are you looking for this? What is your goal? What do you want to do with this? Are you looking for, build the dream with them. If someone's saying, I really want this pool, yeah, like, are you thinking like buy right on the side of the pool? Are you thinking the bar? Are you thinking, and build the dream with them with the questions. What's your challenge right now? What are you trying to figure out? How could I help you? Do you want to have a greenhouse next to there? It'll be so nice for your property. The more the customer talks, the more likely they're going to buy from you. The more you can get them to really sit there and express what and you'll hear it, people say, oh, I don't know, I think this is crazy, but, oh, I think this is nuts, but. And that's where we come in. And you can ask Alan, you can probably ask Dave, Mike. I don't like to say no to anything. I say yes to almost everything. And that's a sales mentality that for someone to come in and I'm like, nah, we can't do that. Then you shouldn't be in sales. You really shouldn't have any type of limit. And change is good. If we stayed the same way we were, we'd still just be selling mini barns. When someone's talking to you, don't interrupt. Let them talk. It's not about you today, it's about them. They don't care. If you sit there, I've had salespeople work for me over the years. They'll talk about their horses and this and that. If it pertains to a horse barn, great. But don't sit there and tell them your life story. They should know more. We should be talking to them, learning about them, getting their ideas. If something in your life works it into the conversation with that, that's great. No, I'm not saying you're not gonna build friendship down the line, but for sales, do not interrupt them and take away the conversation. Because probably like right now, everyone's like, when's this guy gonna stop so I can get out of here? That's what they're gonna start thinking too, when you get to that. That you wanna make them feel comfortable, talk about themselves, talk about them, talk about their dreams, and that's what pulls in the sale nowadays. So value-based selling. Customers don't buy products as much as they're gonna buy the result nowadays. Meaning, if you're selling like a studio there, and if you go up to them and say the top windows, well look, for about $700 a piece, you can put these windows up here. It's another $2,500. It's gonna be a hard sell doing that. But if you explain when you're sitting in there in your office and that morning sun comes up and comes through those windows, you're gonna have a beautiful view, and every morning you're gonna wake up to something like that. If you express it in emotion, you express it into a way that can be a real life benefit, that really will make the sale a lot easier. People wanna feel that, they wanna see that. And they wanna see, why is that window gonna be in there? Why are we gonna get these sliding doors? And just they throw in a little storytelling is always nice. You can explain how a friend of yours has a Bel Air pool house, and every year his whole family comes. Kids from, grandkids from here and that, and they sit down and they have a great time. That is a nice way to do it. You keep it short, you keep it relevant. Good story reduces resistance because it's real. It's not fantasy, it's not salesy. You're not trying to sell. You're trying to sell why are they gonna move into that building? What's that gonna do for them in the future? How's it gonna make it easier on their life if they have an office outside? Work with them on that. You're always gonna have objections. People, oh, it's too expensive. I need to think about it. Now's not a good time. You need to keep them emotionally involved because even though they're going to be saying things like that, we're trying to figure out, clarify what the big issue is. Because usually, don't argue with them, get curious, work out the problem. Most objections hide uncertainty, not rejection. They're nervous, oh, maybe it won't look good, maybe it won't. That's why we have drawings. I don't know if it'll fit in my yard, that's why we have site checks. Am I losing sound? Told you. There's a big span between my ear and my mouth, my head's so big. So most objections, like I said, hide uncertainty. If someone's saying, well, I don't know about this, oh, I gotta work on the, I'm not real comfortable until the permit. There's way around these. Talk to them, make them feel comfortable. Go out and do the site visit. A lot of these, and I know that most of our, everyone that, like our Lisa and Val's gonna hate this, but getting that deposit's important. If you can get that deposit, even if they don't have the permit yet, is a big emotional attachment. Once they get that in, then everything can go up, it seems. Like, they'll say, well, I only want to spend $9 grand. You get that deposit, then all of a sudden they start saying, well, that light looks nice, and this looks nice. I mean, how many people have started with, they had a budget of 10 grand, next thing you know, you're selling 18,000 or 20,000. Once they get emotionally attached, they don't, the money goes out the window. Now they're just picturing themselves in that in their backyard. So that's like, if you can get them emotionally attached like that, that's huge. So urgency, creating urgency is always nice towards the end of the sales process. Meaning that if someone comes in, I'd like a pool house. Well, if you order it now, you can have it before pool season. You know, like if you're gonna wait until June, we're real busy, you're not gonna get this until September, October. Don't you wanna use that? You're trying not to, you want those to be real, not fake pressure. We're not trying to lie to people. We just want them to know the truth. If you wanna protect your flowers in the winter, a greenhouse should be ordered by this time. You know, I know a lot of people were saying leading up to this, hey, sales prices might be going up March 15th. It's a sales tactic, but it's not fake. You're not pressuring them, you're not lying to them. Once you can get that trust and they feel like you're on their side, well, that was nice, he helped me with that. That was nice, she helped me. Then that does push the sale along a lot easier. So going back, let's see here. So just closing naturally, I would say, one, try to get the deposit. I mean, once we talk about a deposit with them, even if they don't have the permit, it's always nice. You could, with that, they'll help fight the permit more. They get more emotionally attached to it. And if you notice, I say emotionally attached a lot today, because that's really what you want in sales, that once we can get that deposit in, then we can work on everything else. We have to work on the permit, because they're gonna push harder if they're already picturing this in their backyard. Number two, a site visit. I don't know how many people do free site visits, or if you do a lot. We do a ton of site visits. I mean, for each location, I'm out at, 5 days a week, usually 4 to 5 site checks a day that span everywhere. Once they feel that that's comfortable and they can take that pressure off of them, I think it goes up by like 90% the sale. That once you have someone out there that they can trust, they can put a face to it, they really do, it really does see to solidify the sale. If it is someone that comes in and they're like, I'll be right back, or if you're just sending out an estimate, follow up. I know a lot of people feel like they're bothering people, or I don't want to be too bothersome. We're salespeople, we're gonna bother people. That's part of our job. Not to be obnoxious, but follow up, call them. How can I help you? What are you thinking at this point? What can we do to get you here in a good way? And if you keep talking to people, they will start calling you with their problems with the township, with the problems with the contractor, with the problem. And they have my cell phone, so I mean, with something like that, I get calls all the time. Once they know they can trust you and it's you and them against the township, they usually, again, will buy from you. So what can hurt sales the most? Talking too much. Don't talk too much about yourself. Again, I said that earlier, they don't care. I mean, I know that it's nice to have a good conversation with someone, be friendly. If they ask you something, sure, you don't want to cut them off and be like, I'm not talking about myself. But you want to be able to get into their heads with everything that they want to build. What do they want to do? What are their dreams? And once you do that, you don't want to take that away. You don't want to start saying, well, I watched this game last night. Because then you'll take away the whole dream factor of it. Don't have fear of rejection. I mean, some people are going to tell you your prices are too high, this or that or this. But usually, the good leads, the good sales, they'll come back to you. I mean, you're always going to have some type of rejection in this field. But, if you just keep working, I mean, sales is a skill. You just got to keep working at it, and if someone says that, say, well, a lot of people love our product, and the reason why is this. This is why there's value to this building. Someone can look at that and say, well, wow, that's really expensive, $100 a foot. Well, I can explain why. And if you explain there's value to it, and it's just not based on a price, that really can work. I'm really bad at notes, sorry. All right, so with that, like I said, I mean, the next step, how do you get customers in with this? So once you want to get customers in, I've been doing this a long time, and like they said earlier, when I first started out, you would maybe do a coupon. You'd have a coupon for a free ramp. You'd have $100 off, $50 off. You're only hitting a certain area with that. I mean, if you remember the old days, they would tell you you would be in this neighborhood, or this neighborhood, and for $2,000, we'll send out marketing. I was like, it's all about word of mouth. I don't care about marketing. And this was 10, 15 years ago. And then I started working with the marketing. I started working with the marketing team here. And it really shocked me how important marketing is. And I know from a smaller company standpoint, it's hard. Like, you're not gonna be able to put hundreds of thousands of dollars into it, but you have to have some type of marketing, be it TikTok, be it Instagram, be it on Facebook. What Rich does now is incredible because he's building that dream for you. So if you do it yourself, and he's gonna come up next and talk for a little bit, the marketing is so important to start where, if you heard me talk, it's all about the dream and getting people invested. The marketing's the one that starts that. So he's gonna talk for the next few, but I appreciate you, listen, hopefully I didn't talk in circles, but.
Test. Am I on? Get out of here.
Okay. Good job, Anthony. Good job. I'll say this about Anthony. If he goes out and does a site check, the possibility of getting the sale goes way up. He goes out there, meets with the customer, and it's not just about, like, we get our foot in the door a lot by doing a site check because we're going out to see if we can actually access the location where the building is going. But I don't know how many times Anthony drives 4 or 5 hours and it's a wide open yard. But he gets there, talks to the people, makes them feel comfortable, and the salespeople make the sale. He does do a lot to bring in a lot of sales. So thanks for that, Anthony. I know you put a ton of road time on this year, and you will this year, or last year and this year again. So, yeah, thanks for that. All right, Rich, I'll shut up and let you go from there.
Sounds good. So, yeah, thanks, Anthony. Yeah, just kind of follow up with what Anthony was talking about in terms of marketing. I just want to talk about some of the new things that happened over this past year. Just some of the successes we've been having, some things that didn't work out so well. And yeah, I'll make it short and sweet because marketing can get pretty boring pretty quickly. So the first thing I wanted to call out, the big banner change since last year. I think this was released maybe 2 days after last year's dealer day. We talked about it a little bit, but Kyle and I, after putting in a ton of work, did launch the new lappstructures.com. Just such huge fans. I'm just so happy with how this kind of like front hero image turned out. We got our sales rep Tanya and her husband to kind of be our models, and it just gives the vibe the exact vibe that we were looking for. But yeah, the main objectives of this site is to really speak to 3 different types of customers. The first would be custom structures, which we kind of think of as our most common type of customer. So we have, if you click on the custom structures, it shows all of our standard styles, and then talks about some of the different ways you can customize it, change the siding type, change the color, small things like that. So probably our most common type of customer, just someone that wants to make a nice custom shed, maybe to match their house or whatever. The second type would be customers that are just looking for, a quick delivery. They're not ultra concerned with how it looks. It's just, I need a storage shed. I don't really care exactly how it looks. Oh, look, I see they have an inventory page where it shows all of our in-stock structures sitting on all of our lots and available for quick delivery. So before we were using an old Shopify websites that we kind of shoehorned this concept to work. Didn't really work that great. This one is bespoke made,
does exactly what we want it to. So like if a customer says like, oh yeah, this A-frame looks great, they can just scroll down and there's a button, contact to reserve, which the sales rep at that lot will get, and we can start following up. Yeah, it's been a big difference. It's just really showing off our stock and what's available. And then that third type of customer is just I just want a completely custom. I saw some crazy shed on Facebook or Pinterest, and I want you guys to build it. Would be something that doesn't even fit the mold for like shed view or something, just because it's so common. We have our design inspiration tab here up in the main navigation, where it really is just kind of talking about the different concepts for dream spaces, so like an artist studio, a home office, that kind of thing. It goes over some featured projects where we do like interviews with customers. If you haven't watched the Bev Mankey testimonial, I mean, she's a she's a character. It's worth watching for sure. We built this amazing art studio for her, so we wanted to just have a place on the website to feature these like big lofty projects that really show off the limits of what we're able to do. So yeah, ultraproudoflappstructures.com. I know our lead rate from ads, so the rate in which people are filling out forms, drastically increased once we launched this site. So we've been really happy with the performance so far. But yeah, aside from the new websites, the main focus for our marketing efforts have been strictly put behind Meta. And what I mean by Meta is Facebook and Instagram. There's a couple different reasons why we've been focusing so heavily on Meta. The first, I'm just going to bring up this little infographic here. Close enough. You see that? Cool. So one of the main reasons that we like to focus so much on Facebook and Instagram to a secondary degree is the users for Facebook line up perfectly with the users that we're targeting for our structures. So this just gives a breakdown. It breaks down sort of different age demographics and a percentage of them that use each social media platform. So you can see 78, so the ages 30 to 49 and 50 to 64, which lines up perfectly with our target demographic. A lot of them, 78% and 70%, are on Facebook. As you can see here, 94% and 86% are also on YouTube, but creating content for YouTube is a whole different animal and would eat up every ounce of my time. I would need like a title change if I were to make long, like 20-minute YouTube videos all the time. Luckily, having a short vertical video on Facebook and Instagram is relatively painless, doesn't take long at all, and there's plenty of editing tools out there that anyone can pick up and start using. So in the past, I would say, if we took our whole marketing budget that we have for online ads, it was like maybe 75% on Google and 25% on Facebook. Over the past couple of years, we just keep seeing a better return on our investment on Facebook. So those numbers have kind of flip-flopped. Now it's 25% Google, and we are just going to town sharing as much content as possible on Facebook. The reason I think Facebook has been so successful for us is there's already sort of this built-in audience with Facebook. I call it the HGTV crowd, where just, if you've ever been in like a dentist office or a doctor's office, it's just sort of the default channel that they play, just, property brothers walking through a house and talking about lap siding or something like that. The good thing is, with some of these fancier buildings that we sell, some of this higher end, the Studio Luxe I think is a perfect example of a building that we could showcase on Facebook. And Facebook already has this built-in crowd that's already very interested in home improvement and home design, that kind of thing. And all the different fancy algorithms that power Facebook latch on to a video featuring that. And they just say, hey, I have a crowd that's already very interested in something like this. I'm just going to show it to them. So it kind of explains here. What I'm showing you right now is it's a tool called Meta Ad Library, which is something that any of y'all can use. It's actually really neat. All you basically do is just type in the name of, let's say, your company or maybe your competitor's company. If you're ever curious about the type of ads that some of your competitors are running, this allows you to very easily search it up. Hey, what's blah, blah, blah up to these days? And you can just very easily see which ads are being run right now. So I just wanted to showcase a few videos and pictures that have been performing very well for us. The first would be this white studio shed here. I actually have a better image of it right here. I'm not going to play it, but nothing fancy. I don't think we have audio. Just a quick video showing the exterior, what it's made out of, the materials that went into it, and for some reason, studio sheds in particular perform extremely well. This video is like almost 2 years old, and as much as I want to cut it from our rotation, I just can't, because it just keeps bringing in leads. People are very, very interested in some of these finished out living space type sheds. And even though I try to mix in some less expensive buildings, like just a standard unfinished garden shed, they never perform to the same degree as these fancier finished out studio sheds. I think because they're just so eye-catching, I know most customers may not have the budget for a fancy $20,000 shed, but if you're looking at a Honda Civic commercial, chances are they're not showing you the base package. They're showing you the high-end, fancy, top-of-the-line model, just because it really is eye-catching. And I would say the same thing applies to shed sales. Another big lead generator for us would be, make this a little bit bigger, would be this combo, this porch combo that we showed off a little bit earlier, has that little bump off on the side. Again, combo greenhouses are still ultra unique. There are more people building them lately, but they've just been this unique, attention-grabbing building for us that keeps bringing in leads. Again, I just want to reiterate, I keep trying to showcase the more standard, more affordable type sheds, and they just never perform to the same degree as something fancier and more bespoke like this. One thing to talk, before I move on, another kind of interesting development within marketing would be the advent, I guess you want to call it, of artificial intelligence. It even applies to the shed industry. Somehow we're making use of that. I wanted to showcase this ad down here, which I would say didn't perform great, but I think it's just kind of neat. Y'all can see this, right? So probably in the beginning of, the end of October or something like that, we spun up a few static image Christmas-themed ads. So this shed is not decorated, as you can see here. It looks quite convincing. We got garland everywhere, wreaths, the whole 9 yards. There's even snow on the ground. I took this picture in July. It's a beautiful sunny day in the actual picture. But with the having something like artificial intelligence tools, specifically a program called Nano Banana, I hate the name of marketing services. They're always so wacky. But this program, Nano Banana, allows you to upload an image and you can give it directions. You speak to it just like you would speak to a normal person. Just, hey, take this shed, make it look like it just snowed, and put in some Christmas decorations. Bing, bang, boom, and it spits out this, which just opens up so many different opportunities for me when it comes to gathering fresh and new content. Just to give you an example of how AI content has been kind of leaking into the HGTV crowd, would be some very popular Facebook marketing, I'm sorry, Facebook groups. There's one in particular that just irritates the heck out of me called Barndominiums Under $100,000. Kind of lives in the same space that we're trying to inhabit, but currently it's a Facebook group with 2.2 million followers. And all they do is post totally AI generated stuff like this. I mean, I don't know if you can see it clearly from where you're sitting, but there's so much wrong with this image. But at a glance, it just looks nice and it grabs people's attention. So Facebook helps because there's already a dedicated user base that's interested in seeing this stuff. They get a constant stream of it. And they may scroll and see some of this like AI generated gobbledygook, but then, they scroll and see one of our garages here, a real garage, right? That is attached to an ad. And all of a sudden, they're already kind of dreaming about like what's possible, and then they bump into this ad, and who knows? They may end up pulling the trigger. According to the numbers, 3% of the time, when someone sees an ad on Facebook, they're going to click on it and they're going to visit our website. So yeah, AI in general allows us to it just makes the content pipeline, I guess I want to call it, this constant stream of content just way easier to achieve. Before AI was super prevalent, Kyle and I would go out all throughout summer, and we would hit up like 8 to 10 different houses nearby, just hoping we would run into that gem that was a nice building that we wanted to push and also had really nice landscaping, because there really is nothing more heartbreaking than selling like a really nice building and then you go out like 6 months later and it just kind of looks like garbage. Like the landscaping around it isn't done. Now we don't have to worry about that. Just to give you an example, this is AI generated. This is what it really looked like when I was there. We can be much more choosy with the places that we visit. If I know we did a really fancy greenhouse, I don't have to wait 2 years for the client to get their landscaping squared away. I can just take a picture of it as it is, pop it into ChatGPT or Nana Banana and just say, hey, clean up the landscaping, put some ferns on the side, make it a nice sunny day. Bing, bang, boom. This turns into this. And it's only getting better. Honestly, Mike, close your ears for a second. Soon it's only going to get better, and you're not even going to need someone like me to get your pictures. You can just take a picture of it on your lot. I'm kidding. You can just take a picture of a shed on a lot and just say, hey, make it look like it's sitting in a nice natural environment. And, I would say to this day still it kind of struggles, but it's only going to get better. This is as bad as it's ever going to be. It's going to keep improving. And it's just going to be way easier to just have these gem photos that perform really well on Facebook advertising. And then finally, the last really dry Facebook related thing I'm going to get out of the way would be how exactly we were targeting our Facebook ads. The benefit of online advertising is you're not just casting this ultra wide net anymore. It's highly targeted based off your browsing habits. It's super creepy. I'm not going to get in on it. I could talk about it all day. But before, about 3 years ago, we had a couple different targeting parameters on our Facebook ads where it was like, all right, if they're a homeowner, if they make between $100,000 and $300,000 a year, if they are interested in the Summer Olympics was an interesting targeting parameter. All these weird kind of different descriptors of people, we would just try and figure out what our ideal customer would look like and put that information into Facebook and just say, please find these people. It kind of worked. It was still kind of throwing spaghetti against the wall and hoping it would stick. And recently, the past 2 years, we have since changed how we target customers on Facebook and Instagram using Facebook's extremely successful targeting algorithms. Again, I'm not going to get too far in the weeds, but how exactly it works is, let's just say you're browsing Facebook, you see one of our ads. Sure, this Christmas, it's around Christmas. Oh yeah, I'm gonna get a quote. I'm gonna click on this. I'm gonna end up on this landing page and maybe scroll down a little bit. All right, they've answered all my questions. I'm very interested. Ooh, request pricing. I'm gonna click on this. I'm gonna fill this out. Ellen, your information's already autofilling, so I'm just gonna go with it. Hello, for message. I'm gonna hit request information. So this whole time, when you clicked on that Facebook ad, there's a little, they call it a Facebook pixel, that kind of follows you along your browsing journey. Again, super creepy. I don't like it, but it works. And the cool thing about it is, when a customer fills out a form and ends up on this specific thank you URL, the only way you can end up here is if you fill out a form. It sends a little positive signal back to Facebook. And it is essentially telling them, ooh, that customer you sent our way, that's a good customer. Whatever targeting parameters you have on that one specific Facebook user, start chasing after more of those guys. And over time, it learns, and it gets better over time. When you start up a new campaign, it has what's called a learning phase, where the algorithm is learning your ideal customer. And the first month or so, may not be great, but you can absolutely watch it learn and grow over time. And Facebook is not the first platform to come up with this concept, but I would say, from a marketer's point of view, it is the best. Like, it, hands down, is the most accurate kind of targeting out there. So we're seeing really good leads, really good cost per leads on Facebook. And I guess ultimately, if you had to summarize everything that I've been talking about, is if you're not advertising on Facebook, I would highly, highly encourage it. Short form, vertical video, doesn't have to be ultra fancy. And throw it up on Facebook, let the algorithms kind of do the targeting for you. And if you have any questions at all on how to do that and how to properly set up your website, feel free to reach out. Rich@lappstructures.com. I would absolutely love to help you out and just nail down that advertising targeting. Because the last thing I would want you guys to do when you're just trying to spin up a new marketing campaign is throw money out the window. So that's why I'm here. I would love to help you guys out. Go get them. I would say that's it.
All right, thanks, Rich, and thanks to you. I know I got an email.
Oh yeah.
I got this fancy email saying, "Hi there, Alan. Thank you for reaching out. We received your submission, and we're ready to go."
Working as intended.
Yeah. Rich does a really good job of, John, why don't you get set up a while, of marketing. I get to sit in the lead allocation meetings every Monday with Anthony and Val. Val does our lead allocation, so if you guys are dealers and you're getting leads from her, that's coming from Rich. But I was looking back, usually in the wintertime, around this time of the year, we would get we were lucky we got 12 leads. We had 42 this Monday on a snowstorm weekend. 42 leads in the middle of January. I would take that anytime. That's 46 leads we can allocate to our retail team and to our dealers. We look at the areas where the leads came in, and that's how we allocate them. So if you ever have any questions on lead allocation, feel free to reach out to me, Rich, but that's how we do it. We meet Monday mornings, and then during the week, Val allocates them. We get into March and April, we usually have 70, 80 leads to allocate on any given Monday morning. All right, next, we're getting towards the end here. I think this is going to be kind of exciting. John always has some really cool stuff with ShedView. So he is going to attempt to show some stuff with the new combos on ShedView. So John, if you're ready, go ahead.
Good. So, as you probably know, combos almost seem to be the theme around here. Over the past year or over the past 3 years, it has doubled, tripled, it's drastically increased. They are actively, in progress with developing the combo in ShedView, and it worked until now. So I'm not sure what's going on. I have a backup, just a slideshow I can go through if it's not up. Well, I have another email that might be slightly different.
And I will say this, wow, John's working on that. If you don't have ShedView and you're a dealer here today, I would highly, highly encourage it. Reach out to us. There are ways we can partner with you. I know there's some of you that are going out and redesign your own ShedView. It's pretty expensive if you do it on your own. We have tons and tons of money into our ShedView. I feel like we're probably at the cutting edge with custom stuff. There's not a lot of shed companies that have something that is as customizable as our ShedView, which is what we're trying to do this morning or today, is to get the combos on ShedView. I've heard your requests. We've heard your requests. Having something like, if you have it on ShedView, when we get leads in, I'll put it this way, when we get leads in and it's a ShedView lead, those ShedView leads are so easy to sell because customers already in there, picked what they want, had the pricing, and they're about ready to buy. So I know our retail team loves ShedView quotes or estimates or leads, whatever you want to call them. So because they a lot of times they turn into sales a lot easier than if you just have an easy contact for them. But we were working with ShedView up to the last hour, trying to get them to have the combos on. John was hoping to have it today. There might not be able to get it up.
It's only on their staging site, and they were having some loading issues, which it was fine until now. So, all right, back up. Maybe by the time we're done, it'll start working again. So we'll just go through here fairly quickly. So this is kind of pretty much, they're not quite done developing it. There's some tweaks, some updating that needs to be done. They weren't quite ready for this dealer day event like they had hoped. So it should load similar to this, and you can switch between the garden shed and the atrium greenhouse to select what's applicable to that building. So if it's a garden shed, it would give you garden shed options. And the part the section that you do not have selected, for instance, the garden shed is selected here, the atrium is not. The other section grays out. It kind of becomes mostly clear. Here you can see that in working. The greenhouse currently is mostly clear here, or transparent, and now you just have the garden shed options showing up. Colors, same way. You can choose it totally independent from the other. So you could have a black atrium and a white shed. Yeah, so that's, it's not much to show in a slideshow, but I was hoping we can have the exact I will, maybe by the time we're done it'll load, but I will go through some things that got updated this past year, 2025, and some things that we're looking forward to in 2026. So we'll just jump onto our regular ShedView platform, the live site.
So first thing on the list was the garden combo. It's being developed. It should be available fairly quickly. I'm hoping the month of February, hopefully early in the month. Manual roof vents, we developed that, and it's still a work in progress for the airframe greenhouse, but we added the manual roof vents as a visual. And we can also add, like for the longer buildings or the longer greenhouses, we can add in additional manual roof vents for a charge. The atrium greenhouse, most of you probably noticed, each window and door is now editable or removable. That way you can add the door on the side. We found the majority of our combos, the doors were on the side, so you needed that functionality moving forward. So you can, click on and remove pretty much however you want to. You can also group windows for like smaller areas where they're just compact and easier to manage. 1, 2, 3, or 4. The window styles, there are a couple additional window types if you'd rather want to lay out your greenhouse a little differently than what our standard is. It will credit back, I believe this is the case for wholesale as well, it will credit back half the value of that window and transom if you do start removing things. Full glass garage door, we see more and more demand for this, and I will show that to you. That was just very recently added back in, or added in. It's not a cheap door, but it's a very high-end door that goes with a certain few types of buildings. Most of you probably noticed with our color, drip edge is now an option. It'll always default to white, which had always been the case, but now you can actually change it to a different color. And we got to get used to it here when someone submits it to actually then build it with that color, if it makes sense. Shed dormers, we did add this in to gambrels as well. That was probably midsummer. And it works the same way as your other shed dormers. You can click on it and change the length of them. Many of you probably didn't notice, but there's a little quite hidden item in interior for 2 stories and attic trusses. There's an option here to place the staircase. So often we got drawing requests, we got submissions, and we had no idea where the staircase is going to go. So if you know where it goes, it would be nice if you could fill that out. And if this would be called the front, you would look at it from that way in placing the stairs. And now if I log in, if you have ShedView as a company or as a dealer, you should be able to log in using your email address. And for those of you that are familiar with this, we have under sales tools, we have all kinds of options to put in sales tax. You can add a custom adjustment. You can do expense non-taxable, discount amount, discount percentage of base. This one, discount percentage of subtotal, is a new option because a lot of our things are actually percentage based off of the subtotal. So that's new. If you have ShedView, go 99% of the way and you add in these couple select a few things, you can actually sell right out of shed view to your customers. You can create your own design or email it to the customer and yourself. As far as looking forward to next, or actually this year, things that we had been hoping to do is, one was stone. We want to put in our most popular stones as an option for skirting. The garden combo is almost done and ready to go. The colonial combo will come next, the one back here. And I think after that, they're going to be working on the porch combo. Hopefully that works out. Who knows, as far as the development time, how soon we can get all three of those on board. But that is our goal, to have that developed one after the other. The Studio Luxe back here, we're hoping to have that as a style of its own in shed view, hopefully this year. And a bunch of little things that I won't bother mentioning here. But just things we want to continue growing and improving shed view. If there's things that you'd like to see that you think might make sense for the company as a whole, we definitely want to hear about it. I would say if you want to send anybody something, you could be either Kyle or myself, John at Lapp Structures or Kyle Lapp Structures. I guess I'll try that link once more.
While John tries that link, one thing I'm going to say about shed view, you hear him saying we use that as we actually could print a full order out of shed view, and we do have a system that we use called Method that's built, that we spend a lot of time making, that sells our sheds. But shed view sends, if you hit, like when I see their end result with, do you have it, John?
Yes, I do.
Okay, go ahead. I'll finish it later.
Let's hope it doesn't break, right?
Take this away. Take that. No, it shut you off though. Okay, you're good, John. Is it really there?
It's really there.
All right, let's see.
Let's see if it's really here too. Yep, here we go. All right. There will be some things that obviously are somewhat incorrect. And just ignore, I mean, we're not going to go through everything that's incorrect. But I'll just briefly go over the functionality part of it. Just going to go down through the stone pads. Obviously, that's right now it's just working one and then the other. We want to have it where it adds it to both as a unit. That's getting, some of this is getting removed later. The standard wall height, obviously, we'll have to bring that down. When you choose size, you have the option to choose the size of the shed first, or one or the other, and then also choose the size of the greenhouse. Doors and windows, since I selected the garden shed, now if I click on doors and windows, the greenhouse will gray out. Now you know what you're working on. It's very, very clear. And since this is a server version or like a staging site, it might just be a tad slower. Gotta have it in aluminum wrap. Have to. The transom dormer by default will be selected. It's just that probably has been our most popular dormer type on our combos. They are working on adding the Victorian style dormer to this as a second dormer option. It just hasn't been developed yet. Colors, while we're at it, will be for the shed first. I think I'm going to pattern it after this New England barn here. I'm done with the shed area there, I'm going to click here and switch to the atrium to change those colors. And immediately we have those options show up. All right, we're close to done. You can add a floor to the greenhouse. That function that comes with this combo. Obviously, adding the door on the side will mean removing a couple windows, putting the door in, and that kind of thing. I won't worry about that here. Interior operates much the same way, and it's depending on which one is selected here. So right now, the atrium greenhouse, you will now have the option to add in, the potting bench, planter benches, and then if you switch to the garden shed, it would be the workbench and the shelves, the loft. I think that more or less does it. So there's a few things that they don't have in here yet, and one is the printout and the email. Obviously, you need to organize it in a way that makes sense to both the customer and it's systemized enough. Get that thing away. It needs to be systemized enough so that the customer understands it clearly and we understand it correctly as well. So under view details, you have this garden shed broken apart from the greenhouse. Both prices are there. They're not done. They're not done organizing it in the way we want to see it yet. But what's going to happen is the garden shed will be first with all the garden shed options. After that, the atrium with all the atrium options. And then on the very top, the subtotal will be there, or the total price will be up there along with both prices. This is called the Garden Combo Greenhouse. And that needs to be clear. That way it kind of condenses what could be a very long title. I'm going to log in and we'll just briefly look at the print. Once I log in, I get all these sales tools that you've seen before, but it also gives me a print option. And the way it's going to look, the garden shed details will be on the left, and the atrium details will be on the right. In the middle, we'll condense it into the overall size with the widest width and the longest size, or the total size or length, and the title of the garden combo greenhouse. And down here, you will see it just the way you see it here, with a floor plan, obviously, including both the atrium and the garden shed. And down here, you'll see it when it comes out live, but it'll be broken apart much the same way, garden shed with all those details first, and then the atrium with all those details. And then last of all will be the options that pertain to both, like pads, a couple of those things. So I think that more or less wraps it up. Can you think of anything that I missed? Thankfully, it lived long enough for me to demonstrate it in the way I wanted to. All right. So we've been putting a lot of time and effort into this. We've wanted to do this for a while, but the complexity we and them couldn't wrap our heads around how this would work. So they came out with some nice options for us to choose one, choose the other, and then have the options separated that way. Like I was saying before, combos are in.
A lot of our competitors are playing catch up. I didn't hear anybody talk about it, but should we talk about this a little bit sometime today? So this is a combo, as you've seen, but it's not a greenhouse type of combo. It's more, it could be anything. It could be a greenhouse, but it could be a hobbyist working on his vehicle with, over there he has his, watch the Eagles or whatever team they like. Whatever combination you like. For Alan, it would be fishing rods, right? Or whatever. It could be anything, but I think that is the market we're gonna want to tap into. I'm sure there's potential there.
I call it the hobby shed. Any hobby that you have, think about like having some of your toys on this end. You want a clean room, you could have a mini split on the other side that's air conditioned, whatever. Fly tying area. I like to fly fish, so I always go that way. But we got a customer that's doing a combo. We got a customer right now that's his wife has a greenhouse, and on the other side he's actually building bamboo rods. He has like all these ovens and stuff. So, I guess he made an agreement with his wife. You get your greenhouse, but then I get my bamboo rod building area as well. So I call them the hobby sheds. I think they're really cool. I think there's a market for them. We'll see.
Yeah, if you have husband and wife clashing at your front office, isn't that a perfect way to do it? Yeah. Have them have one end, you have them have
one
the
end,
other.
I have the other. Yep. Yeah.
Maybe. I think that's all I have. I think Kyle was going to get into some dealer pricing and how that all works. And, any questions regarding the combo and shed view? I'll hand it over to you.
All right, let me just switch screens here real quick. Oh, you changed users. Yeah, give me just a second.
All right, while Kyle does that, I'm going to finish my story from earlier. This is great. You've seen John log in as a salesperson, and that whole cool thing of printing it out. If I were a customer and I'd walk away with paperwork like that, with all that pricing, all those details, that would make me feel pretty confident about pulling the trigger on that sale. What I am going to say is, if you make the sale, you can't just send in the shed view. You still got to fill out a work order. Ange needs to see a work order. We're not at the place yet where ShedView can make the work order. We're working on that in the in the web app, where I would love to see someday where all that stuff that just came out of that ShedView would be able to make somewhat of a work order. But for Ange to be able to have to go through work order management, have to go through each one of those shed views and try to make a work order out of that is just it's gonna bog us down. So we still need you as a dealer or as a retail customer or a retail salesperson. You need to fill out a work order. You can send the shed view with, and you're okay with that, right? You can send the shed view along, and we'll try. It might help us to look over your work order, but don't expect us to make a work order out of the shed view at this point. Someday. You ready, Kyle? All right.
Okay, yes, I think that is up there. All right, so yeah, just wanted to talk a little bit. Yep, shed view is amazing. It's cool. We've been, talking about the last however many years it's been and, developing it incrementally every year, more and more. And some of you guys have come on board and are using it yourselves, which is fantastic, and we love to see. I did just want to talk a little bit here at the end about, hey, if you've loved what you've seen today as far as shed view, but it's not something that you as a dealer are using yet, and you're wondering, hey, what are my options? How do I get my hands on this juicy goodness of shed view? Let's talk about that a little bit. And I've also been working with Idea Room. It's possible that a couple of you have communicated with Idea Room, who is the developer of this software. It's possible you've communicated with them directly and had a subscription with them directly, and some of you have also communicated with us and have somewhat done it as like a child of our implementation. So I just wanted to go over a little bit kind of what those different options are. I've also been working with Idea Room to try to simplify this, and it's a need that they see on their end also. So this is something that is continuing to be developed, and what are the different options that we can give you as dealers of coming on board with this at different price points, etc. So looking at these 4 columns here is basically the 4 different subscription types that you can have with ShedView. So this column B here is a supplier subscription. This is basically what we have with Idea Room. So this is the most expensive option of getting on board with them to the least expensive, and there's obviously pros and cons of each. It's okay. So a supplier subscription basically gives you full control over the entire thing. It's rather pricey, as it says here, about $1,500 a month is the starting price, so that's, you know, significant money. But what that does is give you complete control over everything. If you want to have retail pricing, it gives you complete control over that. If you want to have your own branding in there, it gives you complete control over your branding. If you want to customize it in any way, and there's, you know, maybe some products that we manufacture that you don't sell, you can take them out. That's perfectly fine. You sell other products from somebody else, you can put them in. You can do whatever you want. So that's the pro of this supplier subscription. Obviously, one of the biggest cons is it's extremely expensive. The other con is that you do not get the benefit, or the direct benefit at least, of all the development that we're doing. Basically, you're kind of on your own, and as we build stuff, you have to ask Idea Room, hey, can you please give me whatever the cool new stuff is that Lapp has developed in their ShedView. So for most of our dealers, this supplier subscription isn't the one that makes the most sense, but it's option number 1. So option number 2 is what's called a dealer subscription. As it says here, as far as from a cost perspective, it's a couple $100s a month to go with something like that. You do have the ability to have retail pricing in that kind of subscription, and you do have the ability to adjust that retail pricing a little bit. So we have obviously our retail pricing in our ShedView. If you have a dealer subscription, you can take our retail pricing and you can change it a little bit if you want to. So like, hey, I'm going to sort of follow Lapp's pricing, but I'm going to put another 10% on top, and that's going to be my pricing level. You could do that with this dealer subscription. The great thing about it is you would be fully synced to our data set, so you would get all of the updates that we make to our ShedView. So combos are coming out, bam, you would have it at the same time we do. So that's a big benefit. You do also get the benefit of being able to completely control your branding. That would definitely be a reason that you might consider this dealer subscription as well. There's some customization that you can do, but not a whole lot. It is somewhat limited. So lower cost, but less customization ability, but it might be a sweet spot depending on who you are and what you're trying to do. The other 2 options are to be what's called a network dealer, either on our primary or main ShedView implementation, or we have kind of a sister site called our Amish Shed site, which is basically the same as our main ShedView, it just has no pricing on it. So one has pricing, one does not. The benefits of this is there is no cost from Idea Room for you to join as a network dealer. The only cost to you would be any cost that is agreed upon between you as a dealer and us as Lapp Structures. Basically, we are the ones onboarding you and not Idea Room. And that's something that I don't believe we've had little to no charges to our dealers up until now, if you want to be on that network dealer level. I don't know where that's going to go in the future. It's hard to say where this software will go and if at some point we will charge for that in the future. But as of now, there's been little to no charges to our dealers for that. As far as pricing goes, it's either all or nothing. If you're a network dealer, you come in under us, either you can go on our main site and you get our full retail pricing exactly the way that our retail is, kind of treat it as an MSRP, and that's what you're also selling at. Or you can come under the Amish Shed side, and then you have no pricing in ShedView whatsoever. I will say, from my perspective, one of the huge benefits as a salesperson with ShedView is its ability to quote and to price. And to have ShedView as a design tool, but to not have the pricing component of it, I feel like you're really leaving a lot on the table if you would choose to go with ShedView without pricing. Obviously, you know, if you go this route, then you are accepting our pricing as kind of your MSRP. That may work for some and may not work for others, and we certainly understand that. But that's what these two options would be. Again, the great thing for you is that it's directly connected, so as soon as we do an update, your ShedView is showing an update. One of the downsides, potentially, again, depending on where you're at in your perspective, with these two options is that you wouldn't have any control over branding. So it would be either the Lapp Structures branding, if you would go with the main site and you're adopting our pricing as your MSRP. Or if you go with the Amish shed style side, then it's just kind of generic branding. But unfortunately, Idea Room is not able to even allow us to let you put your own branding on it. It's just the way their system is built from the ground up, it doesn't allow it under this network dealer style implementation. One of the really cool things about being a network dealer is that as we receive leads, we can actually forward leads in your area to you directly through ShedView. The benefit of that is that, so we get a lead from, you know, wherever it is, one of your dealers, let's say DC or something, and we say, hey, we're going to pass this lead on to Omar. Omar can go into his ShedView, open that lead up, and it shows up with all of his pricing right there for it, you know, whatever zone he's in, it's right there, which is really cool. One of the things to consider with ShedView is maintenance. We put a huge amount of effort on our side, John and I, into building and maintaining ShedView, and that's something that some of our dealers have found in going with more of a supplier subscription is, my goodness, like just the amount of time that it takes for me as a dealer to try to keep up with ShedView, and Idea Room's always asking these questions, and oh, we got to update pricing, and do you want the changes, do you not? It's a lot of back and forth and a lot of energy. So one of the benefits of going with Network Dealer is we do everything. So we're taking care of all the maintenance. If something breaks, you don't have to contact Idea Room. We're already on it. We're already taking care of all that. So yeah, I think that's probably a good overview of what the options are for you to get involved with ShedView if you don't have it as of yet. Is there any questions? It would vary quite a bit over different styles, different widths. It's kind of a whole grid that we have. You could talk to either Mike or Alan, or probably Mike about that. We could talk to you about what our markups are. But it's not something that just, I can show you something really simple or like, oh, it's 30%. It's kind of varies.
What did you say the second dealer subscription was?
So the dealer subscription right here is going to vary a little bit. Some of that, I believe, it's dependent on your revenue as a dealer, I believe is how they calculate that cost. But between $200 and $300 a month. I would say it's a rough guide that most of our dealers would fall into if you would choose to go that route. Yeah. Any other questions? All right, sounds good. I will pass it back over to you, Alan.
All right, thanks for that, Kyle. All right, we're almost done. I know it's getting towards the end of the day and everybody's ready to go home. So Mike, if you want to make your way up here for the closing remarks, I think we're about ready for that. But yeah, again, ShedView is a great tool. Thank you, Kyle and John, for all the work you do in there. I think the future, you can order stuff through that. It's really easy for your customers to play around with it. I'll never forget when I was doing a site check for a younger couple, and I got there and I'm talking to them, because that's what me and Anthony do when we do site checks. And they told me that, you know, we realized that you're not the cheapest, but we fell in love with your ShedView and we can't unsee it. And we feel like we're actually helping build our structure. and they were buying from us, even though they knew we weren't the cheapest. They were so invested in the shed view, making the shed, having so much fun with it, and yeah, just a good selling tool. So thank you for that, Kyle. All right, Mike, you can do closing remarks.
All right, my opinion on shed view is this. I think the future is one, and because in the long run, most of you will never be able to keep up with what we're all going to be doing over time. You're going to be annoyed with that. I think in the long run, it's going to come down to one MSRP, and that's probably going to be, I mean, I'm just telling you what I'm seeing in the future. Thanks to everyone for coming out, taking the time to do this. Thanks to our production team, the admin team, our sales team, marketing, and all of our customers. Thank you for making this day possible. And I think, like I usually say, the complaints go to Alan, the good news goes to me. Have a safe trip home and give yourselves a hand. Thank you very much. Oh, hey, on your way out, grab whatever you need on these tables in the back. Alan, did you already mention that? All right. Yeah, so you all are dismissed. Grab some stuff on your way out.
Doesn't vibe being sound like a, I don't know, like a song we got or something? Vibe being.
I gotta run.
Thanks, guys. Thanks, man. Good to see you, Mike. Yeah. Take care. So, yeah.
No.